So to get you started and give you some background, like, how would our journey would look like. So there is there is a one sketch diagram, a rough diagram, which if you guys, you can see my screen, right? Okay, so this is a kind of a high level skeleton of, like, what I could visualize. This kind of a depiction, you would not find it anywhere, but for to make things most simpler, like, for any layman to understand, this is the entire tech stack of a workday. Now, as we move towards this journey, what this diagram is depicting, and always keep this diagram in your mind throughout the journey and even in future, because this is the foundation level. So what it says, you have a concept called custom report and core connector. So custom report, core connector, in workday terminology, we call connectors are core connector. Now connectors can be of various type, worker, payroll, that will come later. So we have custom report and connectors on one side. Then we have a middle level middleware engine, and we have three different types of engine. Basically workday studio, which is again a different development platform. There is a document transformation, which is also a small engine. And then there is EIB, enterprise interface enabler, right? So this is at the middle level, uh, at a middleware portion. And then you see a arrow moving outside as an output. So what does this diagram depicts is, it depicts two things. First, our journey, how we were going to cover all these topics during our training one by one. And second and more important thing is, like, the data flow basically. So right now, if I have to explain you things, like, and this will give you a complete picture of the entire tech stack. In workday, if you want to send the data from workday to the external system, there are basically two most important, or I would say the basic building block, or, like, two ways. One is you build a custom report. We will get to know, like, what is a custom report and how do we do that. That's a second thing which we will go. But you build a custom report and you expose this data to the external system. Now if you see the output file is nothing but that you are sending it to the external system, external world. So custom report is one way, like you can directly create a custom report and directly put it, send it to the external system. You can make use of connectors, like, you can create a connector. Now the best part of workday is that you don't have to build these connector from scratch. There are lots of templates which you can use, and you have to configure them. You have to just plug them. You have to configure few settings, attributes, and, like, mapping and all of that you will do in a connector. And this connector can directly expose again to the third party system, right? So right now I'm not talking about this middleware layer, right? So just ignore it. So directly a custom report can be used as an output. A directly connector, when you run this connector in workday, the output can be directly sent as an output file to the third party system. Now if we introduce this middle layer, right, what is the function of this middle layer is, it is basically acting as a layer or an engine which helps you to transform your data. Now think of a scenario that like your custom report generates an output in a certain format, right? Now before that, just to give you, XML is the talking language of workday. So any communication which workday performs within the system as well as the external system is the XML. Right now the data which it sends in the form of XML. But so when you generate a custom report, it gives you an XML data, which is a by default format. Now your external system, or the system which you want to connect or send the data, expects your data into a certain format, right? So in that case, this middle layer comes into the picture. So you have a custom report data, and then you want to transform that data in a certain format. In those cases, you would be using either EIB or a document transformation or a Workday Studio. Same goes for a connector. Connectors default output format of the data is XML. But again, if your requirement wants you to transform the data and send it to in a different format, then again you would be leveraging any of these engines which is inbuilt. So I'm not sure if you have heard of Workday Studio. Workday Studio is a totally different platform for development purpose, and obviously we will go through the high level, how what that it's a IDE, integration development environment, and we will see how it works, and it's a totally a different system where you can build your integrations. uh, Now, document transformation, again, it's a template within the Workday, so you will be able to leverage it, and build your and transform your data. And then the same goes for EIB, so enterprise interface enabler. Now you would ask a question like, why do we have so many ways of doing it? So it again depends on the complexity of your, what kind of transformation you want, how the output data should look like, basically, which is going out from Workday, and so many different factors, scenarios, which falls into this bucket. Now, right now we are just only talking about how the data flow looks like, right? Like how you build a custom report and use any of these engine to transform your data and then send it to output system. And hence this, when you stitch these pieces, right, all together, that is what you call in Workday's terminology as an integration. So a simple example, or in a simple terminology, so you have, there could be variety of combinations. So if you see down, I have just listed a high level of stuff. Integration, tech stack combination. So you could have a combination of a custom report with a Workday Studio to send the data outside, and it will become a complete integration. You can have a core connector with a Workday Studio, and again it will become an integration. You can have a core connector with document transformation, which again will be a integration. So this is how you stitch different pieces in Workday, combine them, create a business process, provide the steps, mention the delivery mechanism, and obviously, once you have a combination, so let us assume that you have a combination of a custom report with an EIB. So obviously, you run the custom report and generate the output. EIB will do the transformation part, as I mentioned. It's a transformation engine, right? But obviously, you need to know that, hey, I need to deliver my file to this external system. Where can I supply the transport details, like whether you are using a SFTP protocol, or whether you are using a FTP, or you want to send the data in to a different exchange server, or or let's say Amazon S2 bucket, any kind of thing. So those configuration or those delivery mechanism, you would be able to set it up within your transformation mechanism engine, and that helps you to basically sends your output file to the external world. So the reason why I showed you this image, and I just thought, it makes more sense to create a very layman architecture over here, because it gives us a more clarity, like how the how we would move in this journey, what all things we would touch base and see, and the different pieces. And obviously then when you actually start working on real time business scenarios in your organization, or in your next play, or any next tenure, you would know these pieces, and then based on your business problem, you would be able to stitch the right combination and provide a integration solution to your customer, or when you're working dealing with these integration development. So if you have a Workday, if you have an integration which is based on using a Workday Studio platform, right? So you will be able to deploy this studio based integration from the development environment, and certainly it gets deployed in the Workday. Workday will actually provide a memory allocation to run that integration at a certain based on the processing engine capability and the availability of the memory resource. But to answer to your question in a more generic manner, like I mean, you mentioned about Studio, but to answer your question in a more generic manner, whether it's a EIB or a document transformation, or in a matter of fact, if you're just running a core connector alone, and core connector itself is a very powerful tool. If you're running this itself alone, it will just run within the allocated memory within the Workday's ecosystem. So you need not to deploy it separately. This is a template. So that is what I was telling, that that's a beauty of Workday, that Workday provides these connector templates. You just have to plug in, configure few of the things, and your connectors and up and running all the time whenever you want to run them. Like, once, so assume tomorrow your organization thinks, hey, let's move to a different SaaS platform like Workday into your company's ecosystem, right? So they charge based on the tenant, the number of headcount you have, it basically the utilization headcount resources, and obviously the server capability. Like, they give you a meaningful capacity based on your organization level and the kind of modules you have implemented in your organization. So always remember, like, if this diagram is mostly suitable for folks like you and me, who wants to learn, like, get onto a path where you want to know this the entire tech stack of it, and, like, understand that how the actual picture works, because you will not have this kind of a scenario or a diagram which gives you a kind of a one simple clear picture on it. One thing which probably you might have thought, or, like, you certainly would start thinking, is like, hey, this diagram only depicts how the data is going from Workday to the outside world. How about anything which I want to send from outside world back to the Workday? So in those cases, you do not have to use custom report, connectors, EIB, document transformation. In 99% of the scenarios, you will be using a Workday Studio. That is a platform, again, which helps you to build your custom integrations. Basically, you have to do all the codings. The coding is in the form of MVEL, MVEL. So MVEL expressions is something like, you will write it down, uh, uh, and, like, that will help you to build your integration. And obviously there are set of SOAP APIs and, REST APIs which Workday has delivered. So let me just quickly show you. It's an open source link. Let me see if I can put it up in the chat. That will be really helpful. Yeah, actually, I don't have. Okay, so what I don't see, I can send it to you guys, but let me do that certainly. So what you see right now on my screen, Karuna and Ashwath, is an open source link. Okay, before that, just wanted to, have you guys heard of this Workday community? So just to give you an background, like, what is community? So as I mentioned, community is nothing but like a Stack Overflow or a Google of Workday in a very simple manner. Any person who wants to use or want to look up for a let me directly show you. That will give you a better picture. So this is a community URL, and I think I don't have credential right now, but I'll certainly share it with you. So these are community, and here only you will have access to the community. And it's a community is basically nothing but where you can have discussion boards where you can find your questions, you can put up your queries. It's a Stack Overflow thing, basically, like, where you get solution to your problems, what you're facing in your real time. Okay, so this URL I would be sending with you, and the credential, and I will show you how you can navigate to your Workday tenant within this. So your Workday tenant is also available in this community. Anyone logs in to Workday community. So this is, let me go to the home page. Okay, so this is how a Workday community looks like. for your reference. So when you log in over here, this will be your community, and this is how you will have various areas over here. Now go to Workday tenants. I'll search for Workday tenant, or else I will be providing you a direct access instead of going through these hassle. Okay, looks like they are modifying it right now, but yeah. So okay, so I will give you a direct access, and hence you will be able to. So this community, Workday community, is something which is 24/7, always in a update state. Workday would be modifying some other stuff over here to make a user experience better, and there are a lot of areas where you can actually have uh, learning path, just to get to know some high level topics, what needs to be covered, see enterprise interface builder, web service. And that is where I was showing you this open source link. Now this open source link is basically what, it's a list of laundry list of all the Workday web service. Remember, these are soap based service. So I'm sure you guys must have heard or worked on the SOAP web services in your past. So this is a laundry list of all the SOAP web services provided by the Workday, which are readily available to the external world and can be used any point in time. So what this list gives you is so let's say these are the categories basically. So if you look at absence management, right? So if I click on this, here are the actual web services. See, adjust time off, enter time off. So whatever operations you do in the Workday, right? Ultimately in the background, these web services are being called. And hence what Workday has done is the Workday has exposed these web services to the outer world to use them and call from there into their system. Now if I click on this, and just this is, I'm just showing you high level because this is something it's good to know, and you can keep this link handy to understand things more better. So let's say enter time off, right? So when I click on that, there are four contents which is available: the request, the response, right, elements, and web service. So obviously request means what parameter you need to supply while putting up, when sending the request. So you have all these parameter and the XML. So as I mentioned that it's the talking language of Workday in terms of sending a request and receiving the response is always the XML. So you have the XML template which will generate basically. So this link is basically an open source link which Workday has provided to the outer world, wherein you can make leverage of all these SOAP APIs and use it into your system to call these web services, and either to load the data back into the Workday, or maybe if you need the data and pull the data, you can make use of this SOAP APIs. Exactly. So in that case, so these are the standard ones which Workday has exposed. But certainly, if you want to create your own API, or build your own API through reports and all, you can surely use the Workday tenant to build your own specific ones. So what happens is okay, so obviously when we go into deep dive, we'll understand better. But a one-liner answer would be: so you saw that diagram, right? This custom report. When you create a custom report, basically in Workday, like if you are a Workday developer, you will call it as a custom report. But you create a custom report and then expose this report as an API to the outer world. So for outer world, it is not a custom report, it is actually an API. And we do some kind of a configuration setup to make sure that this custom report is now called as an API to the external system. So for a developer, a Workday developer like you and me, we will still know that it's a report internally. But for the external system or external world, this will be an API. So the next set of link, which I also wanted to show you, and all these links are good to have it because as you are onboarded on this journey, these are like latest update which eventually it's something which I am also learning and good to have it, and it's something which Workday is providing. So as we saw this link, this list which we saw is a SOAP API list. You have the entire inventory of all the categories. So basically this is a category, and when you click on, like, let's say if I'm clicking on staffing, and so what does staffing says? Staffing web service operation exposes Workday HCM services and data. These services related to staffing information or transaction, both employee and contractors, right? So when we click on staffing, then you will get to know all these, change job, assign the roles, assign organization, all of these operation which like create position, close position. So what these operations are being done on the Workday UI when you log in into the UI, right? What the operation which you do in this UI, basically internally, what happen is these web services are being called in the background, and that is what the Workday engine does it. So they call these web services in the background, and hence those operations on the UI are able to perform, which you and I, we won't feel it basically, right? So that is one thing, which is a laundry list of all these articles, all these services, the soap APIs basically. This new link which I am right now on my screen is basically a REST API. So this one is a SOAP API, and over here we have the set of REST API. This is comparatively a newer technology which Workday is exposing to its outside world. It is still in work in progress and not a complete 100% develop. And here you have all the REST APIs exposed by the Workday. So in one of the session, we will try to use a postman basically to hit few web services, these REST API, and see how the output basically looks because that will give us a better idea, like, hey, I know this list but I don't know how to use it. So how can I just do some hit and trial or some fun stuff to see the basically the data, how it looks like. So that's one thing. So over here it's a complete laundry list of based on the categories. Again, here you have the categories like absence management V1. So V1, so they are still improvising it, a Workday on a regular basis, and any kind of changes you can certainly see over here under view change history, which will give you all the changes which are happening within the Workday ecosystem, by the Workday folks. For just our purpose, what Workday does is Workday does an update to not only to its UI but also to a lot of adding new features, functionalities 2 times in a year. So very recently, so one time it happens around March time frame, which was done last month, and again it will happen around September to October time frame, where lots of new features would come in into the tenant and would be available globally by to all the client. But certainly it is up to client whether they want to enable those features or not. So they don't put many of those features mandatory, but certain things are optional, the UI related things are optional, while the functionality, if they want to hardly push those into the production, so they will push it basically. So this is a different look and feel of a UI, and obviously since you will have access to a tenant, which again might look a bit different, but overall high level things would look similar. So at the top you have a search bar, which is a strong feature where you will be searching your task, your report, or any of those feature over here. Then on the top hand side you will be able to navigate to your respective profile. Basically, whichever account you will use, you will have that information. You can uh, go here. So think from an employee standpoint, you are a part of an organization, and so you will have this information like summary on the left hand side, then related to your job, what kind of job you are doing, and then you have different tabs over here, right? Like which gives you the organization structure you're part of, your employment, personal employment data, job. So these are more of a employees work tenure related information which you will be able to find it. You have contact information, you have personal data listed over here, so and so forth, right? So this is basically just like to get you a feel of like how this system look like, and how you can navigate it from one place to another. Obviously, if you want to see a team hierarchy, you have a team logo over here. And since this is also a dummy tenant, one of the tenant, and hence you can see the data, the kind of a structure, what it is listed over here. And as we move up, we will see the hierarchy, how the supervisory organization, how it looks like within this particular tenant. And at the top level, obviously, there will be an organization who will have a CEO. So hence you see all these dummy data, how this tenant has been set it up at a foundation level. So on this left hand side, so okay, so there are a lot of applications within the Workday, which earlier, before this new UI got into this thing, uh, all the application were listed over here itself. Now what Workday has done is they have collapsed all of it over here. So if you click on view all apps, you will be able to see similar kind of data over here also. These are kind of a tiles or modules. So if you, let's say, if you want to if I go to absence, so you will be able to see a few stuff might not be enabled over here, but let's see. So let's say if we go to the expense, right? So in an organization, obviously you will have to raise some reimbursement request, you have to, so you will go to create expense report, and then obviously provide your details, and create your expense. So this is like how you create expense. If you want to know list of all the expense reports which you have created, so you have to, let's say you're picking a few options and between a date range. So these are like filters which Workday provides by default, and a lot of these functionality Workday will provide it. And if you see, we didn't got any data like zero item. Basically, the condition which we had provided might not have any data, but any data which will get displayed will be in the form of a tabular format. So as you can see, it's a table structure which has a column, the heading, and then obviously if you have the data, you will have all of them in a complete format. So this is on to the navigation part. Then there are a couple of things which you would see over here, not exactly useful for you, but it's again good to know that, when you are using this tenant, and obviously you need to know. So there are a couple of, there's one bell icon on the top right side, and then there is a kind of an inbox item. So notification, so this bell icon basically gives you any kind of notification which is happening in a tenant at a business process level. Let's say there is some change job or some employee movement happening between one organization to another, someone going on a international assignment, there is a transfer happening or something like that. So those kind of notification, if you are an admin or if you are a kind of a super user, you will start receiving those kind of notification under bell icon. It's a list of all the notification. The inbox is primarily, it's not an outlook inbox, something which that it's Workday's inbox. So here also certain things would come in, if there is some kind of a changes happening within the system, those will start reflecting over here. And if there is something which needs your attention, if there is some steps which requires your approval, because this is more of a for a person who is actually, let's say, into an HR domain, right? So like let's say, or a manager, like if an employee applies a leave, it should go to their manager for approval, right? So that manager request, the employee request for manager approval will start flowing in over here, and then the manager has to take the appropriate action onto that, so that the workflow can be completed. So basically these two sets of information is just good to know, like how, what kind of notification would come in as part of this inbox. So very first thing, so again, going back to the same diagram, like, our first topic or first agenda would be to understand custom report. What are they? How do we build? And anything, everything around it, basically, like, because uh, I see we have some information, but obviously not the insight of it. Like, what is, with what notion we would use custom report, in which scenario we would use custom report, why would we use, and before that, what all things Workday can provide us, like, before we actually think of using a custom report. So from a reporting standpoint, basically, Workday provides you two sets of reports. Like, one is obviously, so as the name says, custom report, it is nothing but uh, developed by like, users or a developer like you and me in the Workday tenant. So we build custom reports, we build reports, and hence they are called as custom report. But before that, there are reports which are Workday delivered. So if we have to look at those Workday delivered or Workday provided, we have to look at Workday standard report. And when you run it, so basically Workday itself has its own list of, laundry list of standard reports provided by them, and it will ask you for a category, like, a particular category. So if we are not sure of category, right, so we can directly look at this list, and it will give you all the list of reports delivered by the Workday. Basically these are the categories which we can use it. So let's take an example and see how the data looks like, basically. So this is, I have just picked up a category over here as expense. Now if you see, there are 53 items coming in, right? So 53 item means, like, these are basically the report names. So these are the actual report names which are coming up, which are delivered by the Workday, their corresponding description, type, whether they can be scheduled, and what domains. And I'll get to the schedulable domain at a later stage. One important thing to notice over here is there is a type called report writer. And if you scroll down, either you will find a type as report writer or as espresso. Now, one important thing to notice over here is that anything which has been mentioned as a espresso, you cannot copy that report. So what we are trying to see over here is, before we actually think of building our own custom report, right, we actually should look up these standard reports provided by the Workday. If our functionality or if our requirement is not fulfilled, then we should jump over the to build our own custom report. So how do we use this? So let's I will just pick up a report, and it's a most popular report, expenses without receipt. Now, what does this report says is, as the name suggests, that it will pull up all the expense report which does not have a receipt attached to it, right? Now, you would say this is just a description. How do we run it, or how do we see the description? And see over here, it is a report writer. Type is report writer. So there are three dots which are called as action item. So always remember everything. See, do you see at the top three dot? This is called as action. Over here, action. So I click on that, and I got few options over here. So since it's a standard report, I can directly run it. So let me just run it. And while running it, it asks me for few launch parameter. So since it's a dummy tenant, so let me just try with a bigger set of data, GMS, which is a company with which this dummy data has been set it up, called as Global Modern Services. And this company has a presence in many countries. So I'm just vaguely giving a lot of information so that we would be able to get some data, because obviously if I give a particular location, we might not have data and we end up doing a back and forth. Let me just give a random from and then till today maybe, and currency, let's okay, let's put up USD and see if something we gets up. And the moment I click OK, this report will start running it in the background. Okay, we got some data. Okay, so now here is the thing, which is the very first thing to understand is we ran this report called Workday, oh sorry, expense without receipt. It's a standard report. We gave the launch parameter, so all the launch parameter are listed over here, whatever launch parameter we gave it. The output will always look like in a tabular format. But remember, Workday's language is XML, talking language. Hence, in the background, this data is in the form of XML, but for a UI representation, you are seeing this data in the form of a tabular format, which is a default format. You can certainly have flexibility to change this format. That's one thing. Now looking at a output, and it's an output which is standard output. You have all the operations listed over here. All these column, the output is divided into rows and columns, and each column is again filterable. So let's say pay to, right? There is a column, and then we have a value called Kumar Chopra. So if I just go over here, type in over here, and yeah, so I do get it. So all these columns are filterable. So it will give me only, it has given me 12 records, out of which says value of pay to is equal to Kumar Chopra. So think of this as a SQL query. Remember, like I was mentioning, if you guys have had an experience on working on any of the database side, right? Whether it's an Oracle database or a MS SQL database. So you would write up a query and put up a where clause or a where condition. Similar way, you are putting up a condition over here on the runtime. You can filter it with certain condition, and not only is, but there are certain different kinds of filter depending on the data type which that particular column returns, right? So obviously this column is a date parameter, hence it is giving by default, like, if you want to search, filter it between two date range, you can certainly do so, on, after, or before, or maybe, like, if there is an empty value also. So we don't have anything empty, so it is not giving any result. So we have total 11,245 results which came in when we gave actually this launch set of launch parameter, right? So that's a very first thing, and obviously it is giving us all these lists. So remember these column, right? These are the column which has been derived using it. And remember, in the launch parameter, I gave the reporting currency as USD. Hence you will see all the values as USD over here only. uh, Obviously, if any column which you want to filter it, it's filterable. So that is one thing. When you actually play around with the standard report, you will be able to see how the data looks like. Now, if you see on the top right side over here, there are few icons, right? So these icons helps you to again make your output data look like in a more user friendly or more interactive or something, if you want, in a certain more drilling down or more filterable way, right? So you have an option where you can put it up the data into a different format. So I have clicked one, and let it get just loaded. You can put your data in a pie chart, in any sorts of UI different representation, and this will automatically be taken care by the Workday itself. I think it is because of this huge data. So here, if you see, we have our data, the same representation of data in this particular format. Now you can choose variety of options over here, like from this option, like what kind of UI representation you want to make sure, like whether you want to look at clustered column, which is right now the format right now which you see, whether you want to pick it up a line format or a bubble format, right? So all that information is listed over here. Like you can certainly look at your data, the same data, in a more different manner, and obviously your default format would be listed down over here, right? So this is a different view of the same data. Next thing, if you want to add more filter, you can certainly do add the filter condition on a particular column. So like here they're asking for a column, right? So depending on the column, like let's say pay to, right? So it's directly, again we can give as we gave Mr. Chopra, and then this pay to column will again get automatically filtered your output with just the values related to Mr. Kumar Chopra, right? And certainly you can remove the filter by just clicking on over here and remove the filter. So this is something like, how you can actually play around with your data once you run a standard report. Now, if you see over here, again, very important thing, this is a standard report. As we are seeing, there are three dots which are action item. If you go over here, you get an option, copy, run and schedule. So run is nothing but you are running a report. So this is nothing but when you provide launch parameter, you actually run this report. That's what you call it in terms of Workday, that you are running a report and generating the output. So now if you have to create a copy, right? So remember, like expense without report, this type of report was a report writer. These type of reports can be copied, and I will show you that the other one cannot be. So you can copy a report, and let's say this is underscore Karuna, and this is, I'm just giving it for, I'll click OK. Yeah, so that option is there, like when you want to have more refined tuning on the performance side, when you want your data to run it in more optimized manner, that is what that option is all about. But when you build a custom report on a scratch, you will get to know, you will understand it better, that option. No, this is all behind the scene. That is what the beauty, as I say, that you have to do very limited configuration and it will give you a complete like the results work will be totally awestruck results which you will get it. So as we created a report, like so what I did was I copied a report. Basically I copied a standard report, renamed it, and now this report is there, and I can just click OK. Now that standard report is now took a copy and it has become a custom report. So I can just click done, right? So now this was the standard report, expense without receipt. I took a copy of it and now it has become a custom report. So that is why you would ask, like, why would we want to copy a report? Because it's a Workday standard report. You cannot modify the columns and all of it. Hence you take a copy of that report and you can modify that report, which we'll see later, like how do we modify it, how do we actually play around with the report. So let me go back again to the Workday standard report, and to show you, like where is your report gone. So in this search bar only, if you just type in, see that report itself is coming up. If you know the report name, now it is asking for the launch parameter. So there are multiple ways where you can actually see your report. There is a task called view custom report. We will definitely see this task later, but just to quickly show you, custom report, you give the name of your report, hit enter, and you will be able to see the definition of that report. So you will be able to see the definition of this report. Hence you are able to see it right now over here, right? So let's go back to standard report and again type in expense, and over here let's look at different set of report. Let's see if it is an express of report, right? So let me check if I have the access. to run this reports. These reports permission also varies, and hence some of the Expresso report we might not have access to run them. Okay, looks like I don't have access to run this report Expresso, but in general, Expresso reports are the ones which you cannot copy it. Basically, you cannot make a copy of it. Only the report writers are the ones which you can run them and take a copy of it. So that's one thing. Now, we saw this task called Workday Standard Report, right? Now there is a task called All Custom Report. And I will not be providing any parameter over here. It's basically a task, and let me click OK. Now, what it gives me a list is that all the reports, and mind it, it's a custom report, means developed by a developer like you and me who have developed reports in this tenant. So there are 2,673 reports. And this list does not comprise of the standard report, because standard reports are the one which are provided by the Workday still. Now you would say that your particular report which we had created, now it has become a custom report. From a standard report, it has become a custom report. So if we look for, or just type in with Karuna, our list, our report is coming. And if I just try to filter it out, so this, so what it is, so it's a all custom report is basically a report which gives a list of all the reports in this tenant. So see, this is the report name and it's a hyperlink. You can directly open the link of this in a different tab. You see the type of report advanced, and we'll see what all different types of reports are there. The data source which it uses, category. Remember, we use the expenses as the category. Who created this report? So since it got created on my account, it is reflecting my name over here, created on, and the details. What was the default format type of the format? So it's a tabular format. And we had given that it's a temporary report. So any report which we create, you can opt an option of temporary versus non-temporary. So temporary reports normally stays for a week or so, and after they get wiped off by the Workday itself, the memory, right? So when I click on this particular and open it in a different tab, I will get to see the definition of that report. And see at the top, it's clearly mentioned that this report will get deleted in a week time frame by the Workday itself, because it's a temporary report. Okay. And now we will when we meet in the next session, obviously we will drill down what exactly these parameter means from a report standpoint. This is basically a definition page of this particular report. If you want to directly search for the report, you can just paste it. And what will happen is, like, the moment you click on it, it will be in the run mode. So this screen is a run mode, where you provide the launch parameter and click OK, and it will start running it. It will start running in the background, and it will generate the output in the tabular format. So that is one way. Or the other way is, in fact, two ways. Either you can go to all custom report task, which is again a report, or more simpler is view custom report. But in this case, you would have to know the report of you have to know the name of the report. So sometimes we will be creating so many reports and we might forget the name, right? So if I remember, hey, I just know that I had created a report which had a keyword called Karuna. So I will just search it with that and it will give me. And the moment I click OK, it will go to the definition page of it. So from here, you are on the definition page. Now you would ask, some basic thing, like, as I mentioned, every report or anything in Workday has an action item. So as seen, we have an action item, and from the standard report, it has become now a custom report. So see, we are on the custom report. So if I click on the option, and we see all these options listed over here. And if we look at this first one, here we have multiple options that what operation you would want to do. You want to edit this report, you want to again take a copy of it, Like, sometime you want to make multiple copies of the same report, or you want to run it, directly run it, or you want to test it. So the so these are various options, and hence you can delete also, like, from here only. If you want to delete it right away, you can delete this report right away from there. So you can directly just, like, edit, copy, and all these options you can just take it from here and run it. One important thing over here is, like, you see two options, and these are like very basic thing which I wanted to let you know today, so that, like, if once you get an access and you start playing around, few basic stuff which you can do. Run versus test. So when you run this, what is the difference between these two options? When you click on run, it basically runs it for the entire population, based on the criteria which you have given in the tenant. So this report runs for the entire population, whoever fulfills the criteria, while the test will give you a random set of output. So if I click on yes, let me just put it parameter, and then there is one more interesting thing which I wanted to show you, which will make our life easier now, because we need not to, so okay, uh, let me put it USD. So sometimes these reports, right, they will have a lot of launch parameter which we might feel irritated to add again and again, all of this. So what we can do is we can store these launch parameters. How we can do is, we have an option called filter. So if I just give, let's say this report is belongs to Karuna. So let me put Karuna filter as just a name, and I'll save it. Right. So what it does is, there is a filter saved with Karuna name, and let me, if I remove it, all of it, right, all this information, or let me cancel it. 1 second. Okay, let me go to this report this time. So you see, now we have one saved filter called Karuna filter, right? Then we name. And now if I have to go over here, test. Now in this case, I need not to add my filters. What I'll do is, I'll just select the filter, and it all got auto populated over here, and I can directly run my output, right? So it just gave me the output in the same manner. If I have to go to the definition of the report, I can certainly, it's a hyperlink, so I can go and click over that report, and it will take me directly to the definition of the report. Now to go into the edit mode, we have an edit option. You go to the edit mode, and that is where we will learn about these things, like, what are these different tabs, what does this table looks like. Basically, when we are in a definition mode, right, this is a view we get. We have something called business object, we have something called fields, column override, heading, format, option, and all of it. And then obviously under definition, we see variety of tabs listed over here. So what does each of them mean, and how does they impact the output? Because when we run this report, or when we do, like, let's run it and choose the filter, there is a different representation of the output. So how do we correlate this output versus the definition? Like, if I just open it in the different tab, so I have opened this definition is on one tab, this one, and the output is on over here. So how do we correlate? So that we'll see in tomorrow's session, and obviously understand what all these components look like, what are these feature, and obviously very important part is the action item. What are these sections which helps us to create our report, edit, ownership. There are a lot of features which we can play around with this report and see how we can modify these reports for our own customized requirement. And obviously understand few other standard reports. Like so today we saw all custom report as one thing, which is a very important and very first level. We saw view custom report, which helps us to know a definition of a particular report. we saw Workday standard report, which will be based on a category which we pick it up. If we are not sure of category, certainly we can look up relatable item which we want to check, and then obviously look up that data, and hence we will look at certain more field which will give us more idea on what all various categories of reports looks like. So let's get started for today's session. So I wanted you to have this diagram all the time and keep it handy, and it will be kind of a baseline for you going forward. So yeah, so those are a couple of things which is it's an extensive topic, it's a building block topic, I would say, the baby step topic which we would be going through for next couple of sessions, and obviously working on building the report. But to get the nuance of what reporting is all about, where and all this reporting gets into the picture when it comes to Workday. So with the help of Workday reporting, you would be able to develop your custom report, and these custom reports will eventually be exposed as an API to the external world. So that is something which we would be seeing how that can be done. These reports can be manipulated, transformed into various kind of a UI representation of dashboard, or some pictorial representation, which will be helpful for a client or a user to see the same data in a variety of different format. That's a second use case. Third, obviously, someone using a Workday app would eventually also have the capability to use these reports, run them within the mobile capability. So it also is supported by both on the iOS and the Android devices. The next would be there is something called BERT. BERT is a tool which is an extended version of Workday, wherein for an organization, when you want to generate pay slips out of the Workday, right, or any kind of document which you want to create it, these reportings with the help of BERT tool can also help you generate such kind of document. So BERT is a separate tool which helps as a placeholder, and you can use any of these reports to basically get the data from Workday and send it to the BERT tool, and they would be able to help you in generating the those kind of PDF documents or any kind of document. The next one is obviously the big data. When you're dealing with reports in Workday, there is no actual maximum limit of how you are extracting the data. With the help of custom report, you can extract up to 40,000, 50,000, and so forth kind of data information from Workday. So it's a kind of a gives you a provision where huge chunk of data can be generated and send it to your downstream system as and when required. And obviously, when we say that we are exposing our report as API, these reports are converted as a RAS. So RAS is nothing but a report as a service. So it's like you are leveraging these Workday report as a service, and these output of the report, which is, as we know, that the default format is the XML. So these reports can be leveraged to be used as a service by the external system. Now we saw that how do we find the reports in the Workday. Basically there are multiple ways, either you can provide a name. So let's say, for example, a sample report which we had created, either we can just give a name to that and we would be able to search it, right? So when you search for a report, right, so this search capability is a very strong capability, wherein, as I mentioned, if you are not aware of the report name completely, right, this we know that we just gave an example by giving Karuna's name, so hence we will be able to remember. Or if I give it as myself as Abhi underscore test, I'll be able to remember. But this is not the scenario in the production or the real time scenario. You will have reports with whose names you would not be remembering, right? So in this case, there are few ways wherein you can actually manage it. how you can find the reports in the Workday if you have the right privileges. So when I searched it, for the Karuna, right? So either I could give the entire report name, or I could just give a some word keyword which I remember out of the name. You must be seeing, why two times it is coming. So if you see over here, the very first one, if I open it, right, it actually takes me to the runtime window. See, this is the runtime. So the moment you click on this, as you can see, the distinguishes report versus report definition. So when you click on the report one, it takes you to the runtime wherein you can supply the launch parameter. And the moment you click OK, the in the background, the report will be running on the Workday server's capability, and it will fetch you the output. But when you open the report definition, it basically takes you to the definition page or the home page of this report, as we saw it yesterday. And we will see all the features of the reporting now when we discuss this thing. So this is to give you a classification why two times you are seeing this report. Also, if you want some couple of shortcuts. So if you want to find your report, and again, what you can do is RD and colon, and then you can just, let's say if you give Karuna, so RD stands for report definition. So the moment you hit enter, you will see your report definition listed over here. So RD stands for report definition. So that is also a one way of you can get or find your reports. The third way, again, obviously, is using a task called view custom report. So there is a task, and these few tasks will always be helpful for you. So the moment we saw it yesterday, the moment you click on this thing over here, again, you can provide, let's say, Karuna in this case, and it will take you to the definition of the page, the same definition of it here. So that's another way. One more way with which you can help find your report is report tags. So that we did not discuss yesterday. So let's discuss that, which again is a good capability wherein you can find your report. So what you have to do is, so let's say you are on a report definition page, right? So the very first thing you would do is you'll go to edit. You're going to edit this report, and here you see report tags, right? So report tags is something you are creating your custom tags so that you can find your reports. So let's say if I am creating a tag, and let's say if I just put Abhi, so the tag name is, or maybe, so the moment I do that, this report is now associated with the tag called Ashwad, and I'll go and click OK. Okay, so now I'll go back to the home. So to reach home of any tenant, you just have to click on the logo of the Workday on the top left side. And now instead of doing RD, you have to do RDT colon. So what it means, the report definition tag. And now let's say if I do Karuna, we won't get anything. There is nothing. But the moment I do Ashwath, I will have the definition of my report. So this is another way of finding your reports in the system, in the tenant. So we saw RD, RDT over here. So we saw how you can find the Workday standard reports. Obviously, you have the task Workday standard reports, and then it asks you for the category. So you can find all the standard report which are delivered by the Workday. We also talked about so if you look at this diagram, the screenshot, when you run a standard report based on the expenses, it gives you the list of all the reports which are available in tenant. And one important thing to notice over here is that each tenant might have a different count of report. When you run this report, because sometimes it also depends on the kind of access you have it in your system. So the tenant right now which I am using, I can see there are 53 items, means there are 53 reports which are related to the expense category for which I have access. So there could be possibility that there might be more reports more standard reports in this tenant, but I don't have the visibility or I don't have the right privileges. So each and every object in Workday is associated with a security permission, and that security permission is associated with your account with which you have logged in at that moment. Okay, so it totally don't get surprised that if you see less or more count uh, for these standard reports, or in a matter of not only standard report but also custom report or whatever you are going to create it in future. So we saw how do we copy a standard report. We took an example where we copied a standard report, and obviously looked at the various sections. So let me open the same report, and now we have it with Ashwath, so it makes us easier to get to the definition of this report. And now looking at the few of the options before we actually get into the detailing of it. So here what you see is right now, since we had copied, remember, like we had copied from a standard report, and now it became a custom report. So the moment you copy a standard report, it becomes a custom report. And why the difference? Like you cannot add new fields or modify a standard report. To modify a standard Workday report, you have to take a copy of it and make it as a custom report. So as the name suggests, once you have made it as a custom report, now you can play around and add new fields or add new values, what you want to derive from your report. So let's look at each of these options, in this section, which are more important, when we are dealing or working with the any of the custom report. So the very first option is edit. Obviously, the moment you clicks on it, it takes you into the editable mode. So now if you see, everything over here is editable. So let's look at from the top. So you have the report name, which definitely you can modify it. So I'm just trying to modify expense underscore Karuna for now. You have the type, which is advanced. We'll talk about all these features, but right now we'll just scan it. So the type of this report is advanced. Data source, there is something which is predefined, a data source. Then you have a data source filter, data source type, and then you have a primary business object. Each report has its own unique primary business object. So I won't say unique, but I would say that each report is always associated with a single primary business object. Right now, if you see over here, this table, what it basically represents. So you are in the column section, and you have a business object, fields, and all this information. So the order, as the name suggests, you can order, change the order, move up and down which of the values you want to make go up and down. Business object, we'll discuss it, what exactly are the business object. Field is the column which will become whatever is mentioned in the field, basically that becomes the column of your output, right? So we'll just open those two things in parallel and we'll see the output. Obviously everything is editable, so you can just, let's say, add company, hit enter, and you can derive the value. uh, you have column heading override, what you actually want in the column name. So let's say the field name is company, right? So the column name, but I want something. So if I put company underscore name, and we'll see what is the difference, what it causes the difference, and how will it look like when we keep these ones as empty. So that is something. And then so let me just click OK. So whenever you modify or edit your report, you have to click OK, so that those modification are over here. And then immediately you get three options which we discussed. Done means you do not want to run that report. It is just it will register your modification. Run and test. So test, we know that testing means that we are running it for a random small set of population, and run means that this report, when it will get executed, it will execute for the entire population, whatever it corresponds in this particular tenant. So let's say if I am doing a test, And now remember this thing. And now I do need not to fill this information. Why? Because yesterday we had created a filter. So Karuna filter over here, and this data got auto populated. And all I have to do is just click OK. And since I am did test, did I do test? Okay, we'll just check it. So it returned me the data, right? And we saw that, okay. Okay, so now here is the thing to notice. And let me open the report definition over here. So first thing to notice is that I had modified my name, right? So here in the previous window, the report name was expenses Karuna underscore test. But when it ran, it became, now the report name has changed to expenses underscore Karuna, right? The next thing what we know is, this is an older window. So obviously we had not given the company name, right? Like column heading override. So whatever you specify over here, it means that you are giving a meaningful name to the column. So it was empty earlier and I gave company underscore name, right? So if you see over the column name over here, it's company underscore name now. So this column heading override is actually to make sure that you are giving a meaningful name. And if you see whatever is listed under the field, these become the column for your report output. So over here, you have pay to email address. You have pay to email address. See, it would have come expense underscore pay for expense report line, but it has come as pay to, because that's a more meaningful name which we want to provide it for the user who is running this report. Oh yeah, that will come to it, Ashwat. Yeah, we'll because that's more important thing. So we'll deal with it. Right now, we are just looking at a skeleton of a report, how it actually looks like, so that you get a look and feel of how a Workday custom report basically looks like. So now if you see over here, we have one saved filter, which we had used it. We have the report tag as well for this report. And we saw that, how we went to the edit mode and created and modified this report. The next option, what we have it over here, right now, as we are looking at the skeleton, basically all these options, and once we look through this, then we will actually get into how these reports are created. How do I add field? What does this business object mean? What does this data source mean? All of that thing. Yeah. Next option, certainly, you can make a multiple copy of this same report. So you have this option which helps you to create a copy of report. So you can certainly, let's say, another copy. So I can just directly provide, click OK, or maybe let's say giving a more meaningful name better. So this will just create an exact replica of this copy, and I can just click OK. So this is one more report which will now get is now available in this tenant system, right? So if I just have to again go to view custom report, and now if I just type Karuna, so now you will see two sets of report, the one initial report and the copy which we have created now. And the second thing, run and test, we have seen it, how it works. Maintain Excel template is basically you can generate this data in a Excel template, but that is something which you can also leverage the same data output while you run this report. So how we I'll show you that the more easier manner. And over here, you have an option wherein directly you can export the output into an Excel file, and you will be able to uh, extract the entire information if you want to save it on your local machine. So since it has 11,000 records, so probably might take some time, but let it get generated and downloaded. So that's one option. And then comes the transfer ownership. So transfer ownership is something when you as a user, as a logged in user, are creating multiple reports in the system. So what happens is like by default, the ownership is in your name, basically whoever has created this report. And how do you know, like, who's the owner of this report? Under the share tab, right? So right now we were in the column tab where all this feature, like, which we'll see how we can, there is a tab called share tab. If you go over there, there are few options listed down over here. Report definition, sharing option. So you have three options provided by the Workday. Either you can keep the report only visible to you, like, don't share report definition, means this report, if it is searched by some other user in the system, nobody will be able to access it, or they will not get when they search for Karuna, because it is specifically created by like, logged in user, and the security option is not share. The second is share with all authorized user, and the third one is specific groups or user. We'll see later when we talk about report security, what these two option actually means, like, when we look at what are authorized user and what are authorized groups in this case. And the ownership, as you can see right now, it is in the name of my account. Why? Because I have logged in this like, as a user, and hence it is in my ownership. But certainly if you want to change the ownership, let's say you want the ownership to be in the name of someone else, so you can provide the ownership to someone in the system, like, some account, let's say Logan McNeil, and this report will go into the ownership of the that person. So the moment I click on it, so let's say if I'm just clicking over here, and I have now assigned this report or provided the ownership to Logan McNeil. Now Logan McNeil is a different user other than Abhi, right? So now if I wants to like, search this report, oh, because I am logged in as a super user. Yeah, now it is. Yeah. So now if you see, when as a user, when I'm trying to search for this report, or if even if I do RDT Ashwath, I'm not able to see it. Or if I do RD Karuna, which is report definition, I will not be able to see it. Right now, how do I find it? Because I gave the permission to Logan McNeil, but I have lost the access to that report. So what the easiest way, which, and it's a kind of a hack, which you should be aware, there is one more task called edit custom report, right? So the moment you go over there and you can type Karuna, you will see your report over here. You can click OK. So this also is a task which helps you to modify a report. So you see over here, the ownership has now changed to Logan McNeil, right? So what you can do, I can go back over here, transfer the ownership and take it back to myself. And now if I search for Karuna, I can see the report definition. So transfer ownership is a very powerful way which Workday had provided, wherein, like, you can play around with your reports and make sure that only the right set of folks or any dedicated user have the access to those reports, right? So right now this report is owned by me, uh, like, my account is because I have created, but certainly this transfer ownership will act differently when I give access to few set of user, right? Like, these authorized user or security group, which we'll see when we talk about the security aspects. So that's another thing. So which we will talk about. Now, going back to again these options. Obviously, at any point in time, you want to delete your report, you can do so by, okay, one second. So now if you see, this download is ready. which we were trying to export it into Excel. The moment I click on it, so it will save it, and the entire output can be generated into an Excel format right away and can be stored in your local machine. Here you go. You have the output in the same format, tabular format, which is the default representative format. You can see the entire output over here. Going back to the same option, so you can certainly delete your report using this option. Whichever report you want to delete it, you can certainly do. So if I want to uh, RD and I look Karuna, so we should see where's our report. Okay, we had not yeah, so that's one more thing. So remember guys, so when we created a copy of view custom report, and when I searched with Karuna, I get two options, right? So the copy one, the one which we had copied, does not have tag report definition, right? So I was searching it with the wrong tag, and hence, so this one, let's say if I want to delete it, I can directly go over here and delete this particular report. So now if I go again and look for view custom report option, so I see only the one which was our base report listed over here. So we scan this option. The second option, what we see is the audit trail. Now, at any point in time, if multiple folks are working on the same report and you want to check the audit trail, the history behind it, who created, what operations were done, who changed what, you can certainly provide a set of date range and just click OK, and it will give you all the options, what all things were done on this report. So from the bottom, you will be able to see all the operations. So we had taken it from expense without report, what all operations. So it basically gives you each level of transaction, what all in the background happened for this particular report, right? Like we changed the name, we created a custom tag over here with the name and who had done what. So all those things would come in. Then we changed the ownership also from my account to Logan McNeil and from back to my account, right? So all these things from historical information, we will be able to help, we'll be able to get it with the help of audit trail. So that's again very helpful option provided by Workday. The third option is the calculated field, which is a complete different topic. We will be covering once we are done with the reporting. So hold on till that option. Favorite, again, you can add your favorite. And again, as I said, as a report tag or a report definition, you can provide it. Those options will be there. These are certain very generic option, which in a general scenario, you will not be using it. So probably I will skip them because to be honest, I haven't used them, these options, because these options you would be leveraging in a more beneficial manner in a different way, or using a different task, which will look into it. The second option is the next option over here. And let me first look over here. So in an organization, right, when Workday is onboarded, so let's say tomorrow your organization decides to have Workday in their ecosystem. So this is one of the tenant, right? Like we are using a tenant, a superficial hypothetical tenant, and in your organization you will be given three different types of tenant. One set is called implementation tenant, where all the developers will work on it. The next set of tenant is called a sandbox tenant, wherein developers will do their development in the implementation tenant and move their changes into the sandbox tenant for testing. So if you have a dedicated testing team, they will use the sandbox tenant to test your data or test your reports or integration. And then once they sign off in the sandbox tenant, based on a production release from sandbox, ultimately the code or the report moves to the production tenant or the gold tenant. So these are basically three different types of tenants which any organization will get it when you onboard a Workday, or when you onboard this SaaS product into your ecosystem. So how do you migrate these reports? Like, you created these reports or integration, and obviously you cannot rebuild them again and again in your different environment, because sometimes even implementation, there could be some 4 to 5 implementation tenant given to you, right? So how do you migrate it? So hence Workday has couple of solution to migrate those these reports or integration. So you can create a solution. So obviously, since we are dealing with single tenant at this point in time, we might not be able to migrate it, but what I'm trying to show you is like, how do you do that? So you can provide, let's say, like, so you create a solution. So let's say my solution, you just give a random name. This name can be anything. Then you give the name, like, what configuration type you want to migrate, right? So let's say right now this is custom report, and you have to give the name of the custom report. But see, when it comes to the configuration, what all things we can migrate. So let me just give you, highlight the ones which is meaningful for you. So calculated field, which we'll learn later, you can migrate calculated field. You can migrate integration, right? Integration is a big part. So integration is nothing but integration system. In Workday, it is called as integration system. You will be migrating integration system you use over here. Report tag, you can migrate even the report tag also, right? So over here you get the option. So I'll just remove it. And so if I do click on save and migrate, right? Yeah, exactly. So right now, for migrating from one tenant to another, these tenants should be interlinked, connected to each other. So what happens is, like, the moment I click on save and migrate, the next window comes up which asks me which target tenant I want to migrate, whether it is a sandbox, or whether it's a production, or whether it's a list of implementation tenant. So the moment I choose my target tenant, these objects, like, whatever I have specified, will start getting migrating, and it takes about not more than 5 minutes to migrate these objects from one tenant to another. So we saw, like, the prompts. We saw how we can set up the prompts basically at the runtime when we want to not to like, um, basically do not want to provide those launch parameter at the runtime. Then the next thing is, like, there is something called hiding standard report. Now think of a scenario that Workday, you have Workday standard report, right, which we saw. So these are the, like, with related to expense, we have 53 item, and these are the names of the report, right? So when you want to make use of these reports, so think of a scenario that the requirement is that, like, for Karuna or Ashwath, that they want to create a report which is exactly similar to this one, like, uh, uh, like everything, all the fields are similar, and the business says that, hey, keep this name also same, like, over here. So what happens is, like, someone who's trying to search with this same name in the system, in the search bar, they will get one report as a standard report, and one as a custom report which you have created. And there could also be a possibility that Workday itself throw an error that you cannot have a same name report. That actually sometimes depends, like, how you have set up the configuration, like, in the backend, like whether you are allowing same name reports or you don't allow. So if in case you want to hide the standard report, like, these report, there is a task called hide Workday delivered report. So standard reports are nothing but the ones which are delivered, right? So you can certainly pick up, go to this task and mention or add your reports which you want to hide it. And what it will do is, you will not be able to see these report when you try to use it in the filter condition. So these reports will go off. The problem with this task is that it requires a lot of privileges, and not everyone will have the access to this task. So even if I, even if you try to search over here, this won't come up because it's more of a admin's role, or at a very administrator level, this privilege to this hide standard report is actually given, because this is not a preferred way where you would be given this access to it. We saw, like, how we can build the custom report tags, like, how we can search with those report tags in the Workday ecosystem. And certainly, like, you can create your own tags, play around it, and obviously then only, like, you'll be able to get to know how those tags basically work for it. So we saw this report, all custom report, which is again a report which at the runtime provides a lot of parameter, but even if you don't provide anything, as none of them is like, mandatory, you can just directly run it. Or if you know that, okay, if like, if you know that you want to only know the report which you have created in the system, right? Like, so there are two ways, either in the report owner. So let's say if I provide my name over here, now instead of giving the entire set of report, it is giving me 27 items, right? And all these 27 item, if you see the report owner, it is on my name. So I have created these report in the system, hence my name is coming. But if I certainly don't pick up anything, like, then it will run for the entire tenant, like how, what all reports are there in this tenant. And then it gives you flexibility to search for, like, the based on the report type, the data source, if there are report tags. So let's say if we created a tag, right? And if you filter it with just that tag, so now you can see that your report is listed over here with the tag named Ashwat. You can see the owner who had created this report, and the other relevant information. And since we haven't shared this report, right, with anyone, hence this is coming up as blank. And you can see the default is output is tabular format. So let's go back to the report and explore more options. So we saw this custom report, we saw the solution part. Then one important thing now comes, like, the important feature of the report, like, and before that, let me go to the edit option and enable something for this report. So we saw this share tab, right? We have discussed this. Share tab has this information. Now look at the advanced tab. So if I go to the advanced tab over here, there are few options coming up. Like, how do we, so yesterday there was a question that what is this optimize for performance mean? So the moment we check in, it basically refines the like, the engine, uh, and provides more memory allocation in the background for this report to run in the Workday. So we can optimize this, like, provide a better performance to this report using this option. An important feature over here, if you have to look, is web service option. Now you see this option called enable as a web service. This has not been checked. To make your any custom report expose as an API, you have to enable this report as a web service. So the moment you do it, you will be able to get the version with what API version you want to run it, and the namespace gets auto populated. So the moment you select this option, enable as a web service, now this report can be, and this is one of the step. This is not the entire step, but one of the step which makes your report as a RAS, report as a service, or you can call it as, like, which makes your report a one step closer to be used as an API. Okay, so you have to enable this option always. So make sure that you enable this option. Now you would say that, like, why I have to go over here and do all of that stuff and enable this option. So let's look at what error. Okay, so let me just fix it, and I'll tell you what this error is. Once we actually create a report from a scratch, we will get to know, we will understand few exceptions, few errors which comes up while building a report. So right now I have just enabled that option, and how you can see it under the advanced tab. Now you can see enable as a web services. Yes, right. So this is one option. And now comes like, how do we see the data? So basically now is the picture. So when you, there's an option called web service view URLs, right? And let me put it some data. I'm just randomly selecting some information. So the moment I selected that option, now Workday gives you a flexibility to generate the output of your data in so many different formats. So you have a REST, Workday XML, you have a simple XML. You can generate the same output in a CSV format. You can also leverage the JSON data, which can be leveraged in your downstream system. Now we know that the most common, the actual talking language is the XML. So if you want to see the same representation of the data in the XML format, so it basically asks you for the credential with which we have logged in to this tenant. And also at the same time, let me open this output in a tabular format so that you will be able to relate the same data and how it actually now represents the. So this is an important feature because this will help you visualize how your actually data looks like for the downstream system, or basically as an API once this data is exposed. So see, when you run this report in a custom report in Workday, this is a visual representation in a tabular format, which is a default format. Certainly you can choose make a different pick a different layout to show in the UI, but in the background this report data is represented in this manner. So, and how do we read this data? So let's look at the first row. Maybe let me pick up any data. So expense, a particular expense. So for us to, okay. So I'm just filtering it with one single record. Okay. So now if you see this record, right? So I'm filtering it with one row item, basically one record over here. I have a company name, GMS South Africa. We have the date. We know that this expense report, whom we are supposed to pay, it's Amber. The email ID, Kamel is the manager, and the rest of the information with the amount of 182 US dollar. Now, if I go over here, so this is how your representation look like. So you have the Amber, and then you have the same representation, which 396, 396, right? So you see that how the output looks like versus GMS South Africa, how the output looks like when it's trying to give you a same representation of the data in the XML format. And it's an extensive XML. Each record, it will bifurcate based on how your report entry. So if you see over here, and let me just close all the, so in Workday, when you actually run this report, right, it gives you record by record. But when it generates the XML output, how is the root element form? So you have the report data, which is the namespace. Remember the namespace which was there over here, and let me show it directly because this is more important. So if I go to the advanced tab, and you see once we enabled it, the namespace had auto populated over here. So the same namespace, you can see it over here. And then each report entry is nothing but each record over here, how this XML representation would look like, right? So it will give you the data based on each report entry, and then you have the company name and the expense report, right? Like each expense report will have, and you have the workday information, you have the payee information. So all of this will form a report, a XML representation of the same data. So since it's a very complex uh, output, but certainly when we create our own custom report with the simpler data, you will be able to relate more basically how the output data looks like. And if you see over here, when we had modified, right, uh, column so there are two things over here: column heading override and column heading override XML alias, right? So what it means, when you run this report in the UI, in the Workday UI, it consider column heading override. Whatever you display over here, it will show in the UI part of it, that the column over here. But when you want to make your XML, because see, XML tags, you cannot keep it very extensive, right? Else it's will become very difficult to read it. So over here, if you see expense underscore report underscore line underscore date. So expense, so this is the tag. So XML is all about key value pair. So, and obviously always in XML, it is more preferred that you keep the key as small as possible and as meaningful as possible, right? So hence we can give a name, meaningful name over here, and it will give the same representation. So just to give you a simple example is like we have pay space 2 and then pay underscore 2, right? So pay space 2 is coming up for the UI representation, while we look at the same data pay underscore 2. So you have pay underscore 2 in the XML representation. So Workday gives you flexibility that you can set up these things also while building your custom report. And from where did you get this option? You go to the web service option, view URLs. Okay, so here we have these option wherein we can pick and choose the format which Workday should generate, so that we have the data exported in that manner. Now, this is a manual process right now. Whatever we are discussing, it's a manual process, but it's a manual process of showing you how this Workday report, which is called as a custom report, can be leveraged as an API to the external world. Now, external world will use this XML as an output, but this is a manual process, how what we have seen to generate the data. Later point in time, when we actually look at the API concept, how do we register this custom report as an API? How do we configure it? That time we'll see using the Postman that how we can leverage this report as a direct API call, right? So also, when I provided, and for one more time, let me just provide it. I wanted to show you the URL as well, because that's something which will become like an API URL. Yeah. So the moment, let's say when we clicked on Workday XML and it asks for us the, already the credential has been there. So look at the URL. So over here, this becomes your API URL over here, and how it classifies is you have the base URL till CCX, right? It's a tenant base URL wherein Workday 2. Now, this is also important thing to know is that how do we read this URL, the complete URL, any URL of Workday. So Workday has its own list of data centers, where all that servers, and how Workday has classified its data center across globe. So they have classified based on like WD1 2 3 4 5, and also whether it's a implementation URL, data center production, and all of it. So hence this is signifies the data center. This is the base URL. Then you can see that this report has been exposed now as a service. You can see the custom report too. you have the tenant name. So tenant name is turnkey underscore DPT1. You have the report owner's name. Then you have the report name. And then after that, whatever you see is the launch parameter, what you had provided in the report. So if I just copy paste and open it. So if you see over here, the one which I've selected, so the company ID, it's a Workday. So since I had multiple selected multiple IDs, and these are the Workday IDs. Basically, each and every object in Workday is associated with a unique identifier. So over here, it's a unique identifier of those companies which I had selected, then currency again, and then the launch parameter, right? So this becomes your URL when you expose your report as an API. Okay, so we saw custom report. Let's look at a few more options. Okay, we saw view URL. Now let's go back to the edit window again, and again look at few of the skeleton structure before we actually look at what each of these actually means. So again, as I said, you have more flexibility of options provided. Under the column section, whatever you add in the fields will become your the columns of your report output. You got a sort option wherein you can sort your data, basically the output data, based on any of the Workday fields or anything. Like, whatever you have listed down, you can sort with anything. So sorting, as I say, it's like whatever you want to sort. And again, it makes sure that the data type, whether you are sorting, let's say, by first name or last name. So it will give you the direction also, like, what direction you want to choose it, ascending, descending, and all of that. And we'll get into the deep dive when we actually build report and see these options. But right now we're just looking at the skeleton part. Filter, again, filter is basically, as the name suggests, it helps you to filter out kind of a where condition, to filter out the data based on your logic, what you have entered, right? So filter, and there are two types of filter which any custom report Workday provide. There is a filter and there is a sub filter. We'll see what's the difference between them, which one is executed first, when the report is running in the background, and how it works. We have an option called prompt. Prompt is nothing again but like runtime parameter. Like, if you want to add more parameters at the runtime for user to enter it, some values, that time you will specify all those values over here. So right now for this report, you see all these parameters are part of prompt. So remember, we were supplying company name, and then you have the option whether you required or not required, right? So if you look at the required ones, the ones which are checked, we are giving the export date from and to, right? So those has been classified over here. Then we need to enter the currency. So the moment we say required, it means it is mandatory that we have to supply some value, and hence it is mandatory over here. So prompts will be part of over here. Then output section. So here is that part wherein you can define what output in the UI representation it should look like. So few options which you have given over here, but the most preferred is the tabular format, because that's a more easier option for you to have a look and feel. Certainly charts is something which again can be used, but Workday only recommends an option unless there is a separate requirement for, a specific one. But tabular format is the most preferred one, wherein you can see the representation of your output. Then few more option as like enable as worklet. You can directly have these reports available in your worklet, and I'll show you what is worklet. Worklet is nothing but as an application on the home page. So I'll show you just right after this. So if you enable it, this report will be available under the workload option. So we check the share option and the advanced option. I'm going to navigate to the home page. So under your profile, right? If you look at the top, so over here also Workday gives you flexibility that, like, just by directly, if you want to navigate on your data, you can certainly do so by going to the my reports, and it will help you see the output data, what files have been generated. So under your name, we had generated the files, so all the files will be listed over here, which can be directly downloaded. Like if you click on, it's a hyperlink, the moment you click on it, these files will be easily are downloadable. So we saw the custom reports. Okay, so before we actually, any questions before we move on, or look at few basic stuff on the custom report? A simple answer to that question would be, so the science behind this custom report, like it pulls the data whatever is available in Workday. So if your tax related information, if you are storing that information within your Workday, then there will be, with the help of business objects or anything, you will be able to extract that information using a report, definitely, for sure. But it totally depends on your customization, how your tenant or your organization have set up that information. Now, tax related information, as I understand, is in most of the organization uh, is taken care by a third party payroll vendor. Like, what all tax implication would be there for different tax slabs, or in case of US, it's a W2 filing, or in case of India, it's a provident fund or PF and all the different things. So those data is something what Workday does not prefer to store in their system, but want to rely on the third party system. If you are storing that information in Workday, you will certainly be able to extract that information using a custom report. But you will be able to create a form, but where will you get the data from? But how will you populate that form with that relevant data? Where like if if your company has 1,000 employee, now you want to you want to return the data, right? Where is that data residing? If Workday is not the source of truth of that information, your form will not return any data, right? So in Workday, it is all about, like, when you are extracting the data. So just to give you a background, like, when as an employee, or as a person, if I am loading some data into my tenant, right, or I'm adding some information to my tenant, anything what you see on Workday tenant, in the background, it is stored in the form of objects, and these are nothing but business object. And that's where, when we meet for the next time, we will be creating tomorrow a custom report. We will understand this business object. Everything in Workday is stored in business object form. Unless you have data stored in a business object, or any other object, you will not be able to derive that information using a custom report. So if you see, like, before we actually understand a business object, just by looking at it, this report which we created has a primary business object called expense report line. And if you notice, most of the values, so you now you understand that the whatever is displayed under field is basically the column of your data, is basically the columns, the data output, right? And how you are deriving this data, with the help of a business object, right? So you may use a primary business object, which is export report line in this case. So see, you see some of the business objects are export report, and then you see some are different, right? Requester or payee. So these are called related business object. So in Workday, anything what you store, what you load, goes into an object, and then you have to make use of those objects to extract the information back to, for your own purpose, whether you want to send it to the downstream system or any other system. Working on the business object, and show you the data sources, and we will actually build a report from scratch and put up all these filters, sub filter, and understand each of it, so that when we do this activity in one session, you will have a roundabout idea of the entire execution of a custom report, that how it executes in the background step by step, because it's not something that you just clicked on run and it ran all of a sudden and generated the output. There are layers which executes one by one and gives you a final refined output. So you want to export to a third party system, right, to the
Right.
external vnet, basically, because both the parties on a different vnet, both have their own protocol security and all of that setup, right? So my question is, the source of truth would be the Workday or some different system? There comes the picture of creating integrations, and in the integration also, again I'll go back to my same diagram to give you a high level or a pictorial representation which will help you understand. If you look at this diagram, right, when we spoke about this output file, right, now this output file can, I mean, like whoever is expecting this output file could either be sitting within the same organization or a third party system, like, whoever is this receiver end. Now if you want to send this information from Workday to the third party system, which is totally on a different ecosystem, you will have to use or build integration, and then you will have to supply a delivery step and provide a protocol, like, whether you are using a SFTP protocol or a file transfer protocol to send your file to the third party system. So a simple answer globally to this problem is that this is not possible at this point in time. Definition cannot be exported from one system to another system. It can only be exported within the tenants within an organization. The only best way what can be done, or what Workday does it, you can generate the Excel of this definition. So I have this definition, right? So Workday gives you an option to generate the Excel. This can be shared with the client, and client will have to build this definition on its own. So if you see over here, I generated the definition in the Excel, and see what all things are there. You have the basic information in the problem, then you have the columns. So you have all the columns which were part of this report in the columns tab, sorting, filter, sub filter. So basically it generated this entire skeleton in the Excel, and this is the only thing which can be shared and exported to them. Okay, so let's get started and continue again with our discussion on the custom reports as we were discussing. And now today we would be actually going through the actual terminologies. We have seen the skeleton, kind of like, the definition, how a report definition and skeleton looks like, and the various features at a high level. But we'll see the major building blocks, like, what actually forms a custom report and how do you in fact create one. So there are few terminologies when it comes to custom report. And as you can see over here, this is a sample output wherein a tabular format output, how you have already seen a report output looks like. You will have rows and columns. So any column, actually represents a field. So whatever field you add in your custom report, that actually becomes the column. So in terms of Workday, that field is called as class report field, or in short, field. So it stands for CRF. So maybe you can just think of it as a field, but whatever fields you going to add in future in your report, they will each become a column in your data output. Now we also saw that, there is something called primary business object and the report data source, right? So think of a primary business object as like a table, like basically at a high level, that Workday provides a variety set of business objects. And then there are two types of business object. One is like primary business object, and then the other is a related business object. So whenever you are building a custom report, the very first thing you have to choose is actually a data source. So data source is like a high level view. Basically, you can think it of in terms like, if you have to correlate same stuff with any kind of a query language or any a rational database. You can think a data source as a high level set where you are choosing. So based on your requirement, like the kind of data you want to pull in the report, you will be first picking up a data source or RDS, or a completely it is called as report data source. And each data source is associated with one primary business object. So when you create a report, you actually pick up the data source and not the primary business object, because the moment you select a data source, its associated primary business object is automatically picked up in the background, right? And primary business objects, the objective of this business object is to get you the fields or the data on the report. So each, as I said, there is a laundry list of business object. Depending on the requirement, on your specific requirement, you will be able to you will make a concise decision that okay, which data source I should pick it up. And thinking that if you are choosing a data source, in this case they have choose a data source called all active employee. So the moment you choose this all active employee, its associated primary business object, which is employee in this scenario, gets picked up. And then for this employee, you will be able to derive all the fields in your data, in your report, which are associated with the help of this employee primary business object. And we'll see to it when we actually build a report. That time you will get more clarity about it. So just we try to visualize at this point in time that fields are the columns. You will pick up a data source will get auto populate a business object, which is the primary business object. And primary business, with the help of primary business object, you can pick up your columns like employee, job title, hire date, hire quarter. And then what is related business object? So there is an association, internal association, or a link between a primary business object and RBO, PBO and RBO. So and in terms of a simple example, like each employee might have multiple dependents, like what he or she might have added, like sister, brother, mother, an employee can have multiple. So dependent is another business object, like how employee is a business object. See, overall all of them are business object. Employee is a business object, dependent is a business object. But when you are building a report out of all active employees, right, in that case employee becomes the primary business object. And if there is a requirement, hey, I want to pull the dependents of each of them, I want to, let's say my employee is Alan, and I want to pull all his dependents which are there in the system. So in that case, you will be using a related business object, because with the help of employee, you cannot get the dependents field. So you will have to use a different business object called dependent and get their corresponding values like name, age. So for this report, which you are creating with the employee as the with all active employee as the data source. So for this report, employee becomes your primary business object and dependent is your related business object. In a kind of a nutshell, primary business object, it holds the data. So basically any business object, irrespective whether it's a a primary or a related, each and every data in Workday is residing in such objects. And you will, if you have to derive, get or extract the data from this object, you will be using them in these custom report, right? So it holds the data that will be displayed in your report. Again, related business object or RBO have an association, and this association could be a direct association like a one-to-one, or could be a one-to-many association. So and how this linkage happens when you use this in a report, basically when we saw that employee is a business object, so think of just as a business object, right? Whether it's a PBO or RBO is a different scenario. But if it's a business object, it has its own attributes, right? Like remember in a rational database, we create a class like class called employee, and then it will have its own attributes like employee name, employee address, employee phone number, employee ID, and all of that. So those are attributes. So those are like a fields in this this report. So any, and how this relationship, like association basically between a PBO and RBO can be established in a report. There are few fields which are common across these two objects, helps you to establish a relationship and use them in a single report. So that is what they are trying to say. A field on the primary object links the two business object together. So there could be one field or there could be many field in the primary business object which will have a linkage to RBO, and hence this association can be established. Else, if you try to search directly with a business object to get the data, for any other business object, like if you're using an employee as a PBO in a report, and think you are trying to use some other business object and trying to use it in this report, you will not be able, if you type it, that object will not come in at all. So now you would say, ask me, or would think that, okay, how will we know this association? So there are ways where you can determine in Workday, which I will show you how you can do that. But this actually comes with more of a practice. Like the more you build these reports in the system or play around, the more you get familiarized with all the fields. Right now you won't know that, okay, with employee, what all fields I can use it in my report. But obviously when you do hit and trial, create report, add field, you will get to know, okay, with employee, Workday gives me these many fields. With dependents, Workday gives me these many fields, and these are Workday delivered field. Remember, so these are the fields which Workday has already predefined. But certainly, if you want to create your own custom field, or you want to create calculated field, that's a different topic which we will cover later, how you can build your own custom logic. So that is a different thing. We saw, data source. So Workday delivers data source for some business object. You can think of it as a view or a starting filter. Why they call it as a starting filter? Because it's a, when you are creating a report, right, you will have a requirement in your mind that, okay, I need this data in my field. So you have to make a right decision in picking up the right data source, because that is the first entry point. If you make a mistake in picking up the right data source, the chances are that either your report might not be pull all the fields which you want. That's one thing. Second, there could be a performance issue. Third, there could be chances where, as I said, you might not have all the data uh, on your report, but even if you think of creating custom logic, you might not be able to achieve it. So picking up the right data source is a very important step when you are building a custom report. And again, fields are nothing but like columns, what we saw. Instances. So when we are talking about a row, right, a particular record in an output. So we have an employee, corresponding job title, hire date, and hire quarter. A single record is called an instance in terms of the Workday terminology for any of the report output. Okay, so one ground rule over here is, I'm just trying to think of your requirement. Is Workday has thought through that all the data sources which are available, which you as a client are supposed to pick it up. There is one or another linkage with the other business object. So I'm trying to think of a scenario where the scenario which you mentioned can happen, that there is no linkage at all. But let's say if there is no linkage at all, then you will have to go back at the step one and pick the right data source. So I've been working on these reports for almost 6 years, and still there are chances that when I start building a custom report and pick up a data source, I have to go back and scratch and pick up a different data source at a later point in time, because I get to know that, okay, hey, my all the requirements are not getting fulfilled using this data source. But the chances are very minimal, because Workday has thought through and making sure that there is a proper linkage, at least one or two linkage in the system, because these linkage you cannot establish uh, like out of the box or by yourself explicitly. So there are something stored for everyone to drill down this information by either a direct field, because these are direct field, direct Workday delivered field. So in terms of Workday, you call as delivered field, because these are directly delivered by the Workday. But in case a delivered field is not available, then obviously you can build your own calculated field. Calculated field is nothing but like you are building a custom field, like your own field basically. So data sources again are fixed, like how business objects are fixed, even the data sources are fixed. So this is what Workday does it. So when they do 2 times a year release, right, like upgrade activity, so this Workday as a platform gets upgrade 2 times a year. So they think or do all this R&D, that what all data sources they can add in the next release and all of it. But you cannot create your own custom data source, and nor the business object. No, you won't face such scenario. You will not face such scenario, because the way these data sources have been built, and in most of the scenarios, there are 4 to 5 most common and widely used data sources, which will suffice your entire all the scenarios basically. So the laundry list is huge. As I said, again, it depends on tenant to tenant. There could be 300, 400 data sources, but most commonly, I would say 10 to 15 data sources from any category, whether it's a compensation, payroll, employee related, or anything, which will suffice your requirement overall. So over here in Workday, you will pick up a data source, but in that case, to get the fields on your report, you will be able to build your own calculated field. Again, it will be only a related. There has to be a relationship between the various business object, whatever the relationship is existing in this tenant, or provided by Workday. Even while building a calculated field, same logic will hold. But in that case, calculated field will help you to transform your output data, or format your data in a more better manner, like how you want your data to look like in the output, on the output side. So Workday is actually working on a WQL, which is Workday Query Language. It is like in a pilot project. We are also waiting to have that query language on roll for various client. But that is something which went as a feedback few years back, that hey, we need a query language which will suffice a lot of issues which customers are facing. But right now, till then, what Workday is doing is they are improvising these business objects, the data sources, and the fields, and all of it, so as to minimize any issues encountered by any of those clients. Yeah, I mean, don't exactly map it to how a SQL versus Workday, but this is just for a easiness, that you can think of employee as a table. Just think of, not exactly I would like you to map it and then make that opinion about a business object, because when you actually start building a custom report, right, and if you have a back in the mind a notion of a table exact, it will become difficult for you to actually create your report and add fields and all of that. But this is only just for a illustration, that uh, data source is kind of a high level view. Employee, you can try to correlate it with the table, and then obviously these fields on the report, you can think it of as a column, like how you get it in a tabular format. No, no. So what Workday has given is like you have, so see, data sources are available or for each category. You name it, data sources are available for all category. And I'll show you that one report also, which comprises of all the data sources and their description. certainly you cannot also create this table, but there is a limited functionality wherein you can create a custom object, like how employee and dependents are Workday delivered business object. You can still create your custom object, but that is for very, very specific requirements, and not in general you will do it, because that has a very bad performance hit on the report performance. I mean, bad impact on the report performance. So whether it's a data source, whether it's a business object, these are predefined by Workday, making sure that you get ample resources to pull any set of information. Only on the field level, you have the liberty that you can create and manipulate the data on the runtime. So, because obviously when you're running a report, right, what happens is like all of these things gets executed, are evaluated and executed in the background. Like when you run a report, Workday checks, okay, what is the data source? Then it check what's up PBO. Then if there is RBO, then what are the fields user is asking? And then if there are multiple custom logics, filter, sorting, and all of that, right? So those things are evaluated on the runtime, and hence your output is generated immediately, like what you see on the screen. So moving ahead, so yeah, so we have this report data source table, and let me show you. So this is a report. If you just type in data sources, it actually gives you a laundry list of all the data sources available in this tenant. Again, I would say, it varies from tenant to tenant, this list. So see, there are 2,453 data sources, but eventually you will not be using even 10% of it, because these are there but for very, very specific requirements. So what this report is giving is the data source, their corresponding primary business object description, what kind of data source it is, if that data source again has some built-in prompt. So there are some data sources which have prompt. Like remember, while building a custom report, you can create your prompt at the runtime the value, but sometimes there are data sources which have their own prompt, which you cannot remove it. You have to give the values while running this report. So if you use this data source in your report, you will see these two prompts definitely. You cannot skip them by providing the values, right? Then you have the security groups, which we'll obviously talk about later when we talk about on a topic of reporting, Workday security. So yeah, so this is that report, uh, just as an FYI. But certainly, when I tell you a list of all those important data sources, which will be a starter for you to create report, that time you can go back to this report and filter it. So let me give you the most famous data source which you will be using it for most of the time. So that will totally depend on the setup. I will have to check with it, because in such cases, we will have to look up the right data sources, and if the we have altogether a data or not. See, spins, invoices, and all of that are something that these training tenant do not have the data, because the most famous, the most important, the data setup which are done on any of these implementation or the GMS tenant is on the worker, the employee side, basically. I got your point, but again, it gets difficult because there is a lot of, I mean, it's a totally different setup, basically.
I don't know.
When we actually
But
look at
doesn't the default Workday tenant comes with demo data and all these modules?
no, nothing nice. So each module is enabled or disabled in such situation. Like you have so much of variety of modules which comes with not only the disable enable mode, but also the kind of data which has been loaded in those certain tenants, because those are like a foundation level setup which are being done, which are provided by the Workday, or if we are procuring it, or we are whoever is getting it. So that depends on the data set. Yeah, I mean, even if you find there is a lot of background work required to make sure that, see, as I said, the data sources which you pick it up, it should have a proper mapping to these implementation on GMS tenant, because these are shared tenants extensively used by multiple folks across globe. right?
Mm.
So chances, big chances are there that data is distorted, and the reason why we pick up the most common ones and the most, and I won't say common, the most used ones, like, I know that you are looking at from the sales or the that part, but in general, if you see, the reports which are being created to extract the information are from the most utilized or most widely used data sources or business objects. So, and those data sources are something which are not touched or, like, hampered from the data standpoint, because if there is no employee data or a worker data, then what will these tenant do basically? But I will certainly check it. Like, I'll try to give a shot, maybe within my circle, if there is something available, like, which at least will give you some high level idea about it, like, at least for you to visualize it in a more better manner. Yeah, so I'm just making a note of it, because I certainly know a couple of folks who had not exactly this kind of thing, but a similar to it. But I'll just check with them once, because uh, e- uh, even I don't have clarity, like what GMS tenant or what implementation tenant they were using it for that purpose, basically. So yeah, so one before we actually move, and very important thing is, so when we say worker, right? So worker, like, worker in terms of Workday, and this is a Workday technology, worker is could be like, active, terminated, CW, or future dated employee. So always these thing needs to be keep in mind when you are building reports, irrespective of like, whatever kind of data you want to extract it. You have to keep these few things in mind. And it's not a comma, I would say, basically the population extraction, like, so when you say worker, it includes active employees, terminated, contingent population, which are contractor, and future dated employee. But when you are building your reports using any of the employer related like, data sources, it only means all active employee. So in that case, it is removing, one second, active plus terminated employees, like the full-time employees. Basically, it means full-time, right? So it's removing the contingent worker population and future dated. And there is one more data source, all employees, right? So this one, active and terminated. Okay, this is more specific. Yeah, so it's again the same thing, like when you are picking up any employee related, and if it's a specific active and terminated employee, so you don't have the contingent worker. So in general, worker will include even the contingent worker population and the future dated employee. And hence, like, when you are building your reports, most of the time when you want to drill down the entire population, you will use any data sources which are related to worker, and most famous is all worker. So I think what I understood was Karuna had some background around these building these report, but Ashwath, I think you are completely a starter on the Workday reporting side. So I mean, I understand that your requirement in your real time would be more closer to a certain area, but if you are getting onboarded to this like, the learning pathway, it's better to like, start with these data sources, and then obviously you can improvise and pick up the data sources, else it will become like a complete haywire for you to understand these concepts. I mean, that is what I would suggest, like, when you actually do all these fun stuff, play around with these reports, data sources, then only things will make more sense to you. Okay, so this is that report which actually, like, gives you data sources around it. And then obviously, like, as I mentioned, we have a standard data sources, and then we have the index data sources. So this is a complete illustration of what exactly it means. So when you are picking up a data source called all worker, right, the and data source is always the first level of filtering. So you have a requirement in your mind, which you out of which you want to build a report, and you have to pick up a data source. So if you are picking up the all worker, it will give you the maximum number of record, because this will comprise of not only active and terminated employees, but also contingent worker and future dated. And same way, if you are just picking up active and terminated worker, it will remove the future dated one. So this will give you a fewer set. And whenever you are dealing with employees by organization, so as the word says employee, so it itself has removed the contingent population, like the contractor population, because employee itself says that it's a full-time population, like for a particular organization. And by organization itself says that there is a inbuilt filter which will ask you, or a prompt which will ask you to provide an organization name. So organization, you can think of like within a company, there are multiple supervisory organization. Like if you are a manager, you will have a hierarchy, like there will be folks reporting to you. So you yourself are an organization, a kind of a sub organization or a supervisory organization. So a manager having 5 reportee, so it will be a small organization of your own team member, right? So that you can supply in, and it will just pull the data based on your own organization. Or if you are looking at a enterprise company level, in that case it will get you the data based on the entire data set. So obviously, as you can understand, that if you are using the all worker and compare it with any other data source related to employee, the performance will be faster by picking up employee related data sources, because in the very first filter, you are actually drilling down to a certain data set, right? So how we, and if I have to show you, like how you actually go to that screen to build a report, which we will see it. So the task name is create custom report, and that is where this everything comes in. Like you have the flexibility of picking up a type, which we'll discuss, like the types. Then you have the data source. So herein you will pick up your data source. So the moment I, let's say, if I just type in worker, so for this tenant I have 21 variety of uh like okay, because I had picked up. Okay. So if you see, the by default, the option was selected as optimized for performance. So uh, in general, data sources are of two types: standard data source, as we are talking about, like these ones. Then there is another category called index data source. Now, index data source itself means that they are defined for a performance tuning, but index data source are very limited. Like they are provided by Workday, but which will not fulfill your all your requirement, because it's a very small set. Hence, if you unselect this option and only look at the standard data source, these are most famous one. And if I just type in with worker, see 133, now it's coming up. So these are the standard data sources. But when I did like clicked on the optimize for performance, this search box or drop down is only looking for the ones which are indexed one or the optimized one, right? And obviously, when you're building a custom report, based out of an advanced reporting type, which is the most famous one. So remember, here itself you are getting the option as enable as a web service. So remember, we did this operation after creating the report under advanced tab. Instead, you can directly right away check this box and select a configuration template, like which data source you want to pick it. And if I have, let's say, employee, so see, with employee related, I will get all the list of all the data sources which I can pick it up for my own purpose. And obviously, if I want to know the description, like how do I look up a particular data source, what data it gives me. So so you have all this is one of the most famous, all active and terminated worker. So the moment you click on it over here, you get some kind of a description, what it really means, what is a business object. Obviously, you can go to the action item and look at the various few of the stuff. The primary business object of PBO will be worker. And same thing, like some basic information, and same information you can get it using the data source report always. So how we have picked up this one. So if I just copy paste this one, so this report again will give you the information around it, like what all types it there. So uh, while building a custom report, you have to always think of that, knowing the data source should be the first step. Obviously, like what kind of data is your intention, like what you want to pull it from the report, or what is your expectation. Index data sources, as I said, there is a few list of index data sources which Workday delivers. It's a very small list, but these are the data sources meant for the performance tuning. And hence you have you can, the moment you select over here, you can actually look up for these data sources. And even there in, when you have these report data sources, you can filter it down whether it's a standard data source or an index data source over here.
So why is that not all the data sources are indexed?
uh why everything is not indexed provided by Workday is totally depend on, the business object what you're using, in this case, Ashwath. Reason being, so let's say, when we talk about worker, right, as I said, worker being the most famous guy in terms of Workday, the amount of data it will return on all the reports which are built based on worker or related things, it will be huge. So Workday is trying to segregate the indexed use of index data sources to a certain extent, and obviously it leads to a computation power in the background when these reports are running in the Workday engine. So if they assume that if they make all the report as indexed enabled, then probably, you would look up to for something that which could improvise or increase the performance, right, if everything is running at the same pace. Yes, and that is something which Workday will keep as a black box. The computation power, like how the Workday engine is interpreting and running in behind the scene, is something which they will keep in a black box, and will not showcase it to the client that how it's processing. What it
Yeah.
showcases is the final output basically. There should be, but again, what it does is, if you see over here, the most famous, see, you will get, indexed all workers. See the symbol itself, it's like the ones which are indexed. But again,
Uh,
these index data sources should only be used, when that your based on the requirement. See, even if you use a normal data source, right, you will not find any performance issues the moment you run it. The output you are getting immediately, even if you are using Postman, when the data is exposed as an API, 30,000 record, 40,000 record just run in the fly of time. Eventually you will not see a lag or output issues that it's taking a time or something like that, even while using a standard data source. But for having these indexed data source, it completely depends on your requirement also. Like, okay, hey, I want to just use a minimal set and have these indexing enabled, or because there are reports which will have 20 fields, 30 fields, 40 fields, and you are pulling the data for 30, 40,000 records, right? Even then a standard data source will solve your purpose, and it will not even give you a look and feel that it's taking time, or it's not being mindful to use a standard data source. But as a starter, see, as we are, and these are more of an improvised thing, what we are seeing, right? When you actually build these reports, and you will get to know exact feel of how the performance varies from a standard versus index, is something when you actually get a grip and hold on the standard, and then you are trying to match it up to certain extent of the data on using the index one. Because if you use an index one, you will not get to know how the standard was behaving, right? A kind of a relative comparison. So as I was also mentioning that there are few data sources, like for example, a data source called worker for HCM reporting. It by default gives you a one more filter at the data source level. So you can think of the kind of execution. It has not reached till the looking at the column sorting, filtering and sub filtering, all of that. At the data source level or at a view level itself, you some of the data sources will give you a flexibility to actually set your population at the very first go. So when you pick up this when you are pulling up the workers information, and workers are nothing but employee information or a contingent population information in your report. You are setting up whether you only want active worker right now. So this will remove any terminated worker or a terminated contingent worker. If you want only employees, irrespective whether they are active or terminated, you can use all of it. So these are varieties of combination which you can leverage. And but again, it totally depends on your requirement. If the requirement is to pull based on a set of population on your output side, you can make leverage of these options. Now when we talked about the fields, right? We have this seen that okay, there is a provision that whatever you add in the fields column or in the field section, that actually becomes your column, right? So this is what we are just looking at from the data type standpoint, like what all variety of or types of fields what Workday provides. So obviously text, rich text, numeric. So these are the certain, you have can have currency related fields, date time, which are most common, boolean fields, and single instances. So sometimes single instance would be like, as they mentioned, that an employee. Now employee, as the name suggests, itself is a full-time employee in an organization, right? So a full-time employee will be associated on a single payroll, a single company's payroll, right? He or she cannot have multiple payroll in a particular system. So that's kind of a one-to-one mapping. Single instance also are there as a type of these field, which can be leveraged under field section, and which eventually will become like a column for that particular report. Multi-instance, again, as we said that any worker or any employee in the system can have multiple dependents, right? So obviously these will be representative. When you run the report, there are chances that they can come in the output as a separate rows, because these are like separate instances. Or for a single record, for a single guy, if he or she has multiple dependent, then they would come as a three drill down data list. So yeah, so that is something what you can visualize when you actually see it. Okay, now as we saw the data source report, similarly the very important thing is the business object report. And to find that, you have to look up something called business object details. And now, so think of a scenario that you are clueless about things. You have not much of idea on the data source side, obviously, as a starter or as a beginner. But you know that okay, hey, I need to pull information which are related to employees, or something like a worker or an employee for an organization. So, and you know that the entire data sits in Workday in terms of objects. So these are objects are something which are holding this information. So what you will gonna try over here is using this table. It gives you a laundry list of all the objects which are available in Workday, and hence when you drill down these objects, you will get to know more association of that object. So let's say if you're looking at an employee, each and every data in a SaaS product or a product like Workday, right? Whether you have used PeopleSoft or SAP or it's Workday or any other success factor or anything, everything is revolving around employee or worker, right? Any data belongs to employee, is related to employee, uh, in most of the scenario, unless you're working on business transaction, which is like, how at an enterprise level organization is operating, like, that business operating data. So that's a different thing. But over here, like, when you scan this report and give it as an employee, you will see a variety of options. So the very first field is the fields. What all fields are available with this business object? Right now, try to think it as a table, and you have these fields as columns which are drillable. Right? You can search for these fields, and what you will get is like, what is the field type? Basically, it's a data type, right? And then there's a category, like, what kind of category Workday has classified that field is, like, what it is part of. So when you say number of hires, right, so it belongs to staffing category, because that represents, like, how many hires have happened, like, between a set of date range or something. So this field section will give you everything which is related to a business object employee, which we have given. Now remember RBO, like, when we talked about, so here we have dealing with employee as a business object, and here we are looking at like, what are the related business object which have links to and links from over here. So this is a list of all the related business object, and you can see over here and how these links have been established. So let's say we just pick up anything which make meaningful. So let's say over here you have, we are using an employee, and then there is a business object called account. So how these employee and account, these both these business objects are linked, like, how basically employee is linked with account, or so over here what it gives is like, we have our employee business object, and then we are trying to scan a business object which is account, and we are trying to see on this table on the left hand side that how this employee business object is linked to account, right? And what is the linking? The linking factor is this current worker bank account. So like, current worker bank account is kind of helping you link that establishment between employee to account. And on the other side, like, when you are working, this will give you like how the basically the kind of all the objects which have links to this employee in the reverse order, like, over here. So let me pull it up. So these are basically kind of a relationship which you can think of how these two business objects are related. And while building a report, you can try to refer it. And when we actually create a report, I will come over here and show you the actual linkage, like how you can determine, like, what fields you can use it in your like, report, and how you determine like which can be available and which cannot be, because sometimes when you type in the field, those things will not get populated, but certainly after looking it over here, you will be able to make it more meaningful sense. The third tab over here is the data sources. Now if you see this list, it has got 6 items which only shows for this particular, which only speaks about this particular tenant, wherein this employee as a business object is part of, is a primary business object for these many data sources. So you see these data sources listed over here. So your employee business object is a primary business object for only these 6 data sources as available in this tenant. But certainly, as I always say, this count will vary on multiple factor, like how the foundation level configuration has been done on this tenant. That's number one. Second thing is, which is a bigger aspect, is the security. That security of the logged in user might be restricting a user to see all the data sources or all the business object, or there could be possibility that on the same tenant some other user might see a different count, while I am able to see only a count of 6, because I, as a person logged in user, have only access to 6 of these data sources, right? So it's a bigger part where the each and every object in Workday is driven by the logged in user's security access, whether he or she has the right privileges to actually look up those data sources, or in a matter of fact any business object, or even in the field level also. So some fields you might have access to, while some might not be coming up in your report, and again the reason for would be the security permissions. So this we saw, like, how the data source tab, and then obviously the last tab, the reports. So if you see over here, in this particular tenant, it gives you a better idea, a good way of representation. This is what Workday has done good, is like, as a person who is starting to explore this report writer topic, if you just try to type in, you will get to know what all standard reports are there and what all custom reports are there, right? So you can actually make use of these custom reports or standard reports, and see to it like how employee has been used in these reports, which, obviously you can further use it for your own purpose if you want to get some data in your own report which you are currently building it. So this particular report, business object detail, is for a starter, it's very important, and something which you can use it and get more familiarized, so that you will be able to see the fields which are required if it's available, because ultimately all these columns are uh, drillable. You can filter it out and just type in something and see if that's keyword is available or not for you to drill down. So let's look at building a report, and whatever we have discussed, and we'll try to incorporate some baby step and obviously improvise, analyze some data. So just to get a feel of how actually things work, right? And we will, 1 second, yeah, and we will see, and obviously you, when you build a report, the data what you want to pull in, it's totally how you want to improvise, how it should look like, what all data set we want. But let's build a report and see how it looks like. And so once your access, obviously after this session is set, and obviously I will again try to put up in the discussion board uh, once your tenant is up, so that you can, on regular basis can start playing around, and obviously when you encounter new data sources or come up with a problem statement that, hey, which data source we should use in which scenario, we will start having those conversation, which will even make you feel more comfortable from the Workday reporting side. Does that make sense? So yeah, as we know, the our task name is create custom report. The moment we lands up, it takes us to the screen where you have to give a report name. Always, it's a preferred naming convention in Workday's industry standard is to start with CR, and then give a name of the report. And then if this report is being associated with any of your integration, then you may provide a integration number, which is again has a a naming convention of int in terms of Workday. And if it's the number of the integration is, let's say, 95 or 90, or if it's going in 3 digits, 100, so like that. And then let's say 01, and then you will provide a name of the report. So let's say we just provide test report, over here. So this actually gives you a more meaningful name to your report when you are actually building it. At this point in time, we will pick up the most preferred type of the report, advanced, which will say, but certainly I will just speak about in the upcoming slide or the deck, what all other things and other types of these report templates. But certainly if I have to tell you, you most of them you might not even use it anytime, because how Workday has designed this advanced reporting in a very recent time, and I would say 3 cycles, is that close to 85 to 90% of your requirement would be catered by your advanced template. So whatever, and few of them are going to be soon decommissioned also, because those are not being going to any further being leveraged by any of the Workday customers across globe. So we'll look at the advanced template over here. And as a starter, obviously you will be using this particular template to build any kind of simple or as complex as report which you can build in using advanced template. uh, at the starting place only, we will define this report to be web service enabled, because we'll just see in a later session when we actually use the API part of it, how this report from Workday can be called from the external system, any tool, external tool, and make use of the data which it generates. They will be available, because see, remember, like yesterday I was giving you a description of a URL, right? So when I was giving you explaining you the entire URL, the intention was that only because, see, obviously a simple report might not have prompts and launch parameter at the runtime,
Yeah.
but a complex report might have all those. So for an external system, they would like to call these launch parameters separate, different launch parameter on a different launch, right? So that provision is always there. So in this case, as I again say, all workers, the most famous guy, can pull anything out of this Workday, which we are using. Again, the 3 actionable item, same story. You can get more details around it, and we click on OK. And what it takes us to a window of, again, editable definition. So this time, obviously when you are creating a report, it takes you to the editable window directly right itself. So let's look up few of the things over in this report. So what it happened, you chose the advanced, you chose the data source, right? And what it did, automatically the source type is standard, and the most important thing is that it auto populated the primary business object. So there is always a this mapping that a data source can have one and only single primary business object. But on the other way around, worker can be part of, as a as a primary business object, there are possibility for a different data source also, right? So but for all worker as a data source, we have this worker as a data primary business object. And also you would see automatically Workday has added this same worker as a starting field column over here, right? So it gives you a look and feel that, hey, you can start off with this field and then can add new fields in your report which you are building. So let's add some fields, like the basic stuff which you would want to see the data from a standpoint. And maybe sometimes, when we are actually not sure of what fields I should pull in, you can just type in, hit enter, and then it will give you so many fields. So when we were talking about fields, right, like these are called as class related field, class report fields, right? So see, while just typing with email, Workday gives you so many delivered field, email home, email primary home, primary work, all of these things, which again totally depends on your requirement, what kind of fields you are what kind of data you are looking from this email field, basically, right? So these are all like fields. Ultimately, data is residing in this, and how you are able to get it with the help of this worker business object. So let's say I'm looking for primary work. And notice one more thing. The moment you are selecting something in the field, right, there, this column heading override XML alias, it's auto getting populated. So remember we mentioned that what is the difference between heading override and XML alias? Heading override, whatever you want to display on your output, like, within the Workday UI. So let's say if I put ID over here and email like this, just to make my output look very simple, like, for someone to, for someone to understand the data meaningfully, like, and okay, so let me just pull, that's it for now, and we'll improvise this report. Okay, so we got some alert. Okay, so enter a web service. So these are few alerts. Alerts doesn't restrict you to run the report or to proceed forward. But if so, alerts are always in the form of orange color. They will not restrict you. But if there is an error which will be represented in red color, that will not let you go forward unless you fix those error. So I can ignore it. So I clicked OK. And then you remember we got three options: run, test, or done. So let me just, okay, let's run it. So you see the output representation. So over here, I got the email ID. Sorry, I got the employee ID. I got the name. I got the email addresses. And these are I think we had select, let me open it in a different tab to get to the definition. Yeah, so I had selected the primary work email address. So if I pick any one employee, right, let's say which one, anyone, Norman, right? And just to validate my data, I'll open a tab and I can just search for this employee, Norman Chan, and over here under contact. So what value I was getting, let's, so nchan at workday.net, and it's a primary, what kind of email primary work, right? So if I go over here, yeah, so if you see over here, nchan at workday.net, it's a work and it's a primary one. So I am able to, so I can just do a quick cross check of the data which my report is pulling using this particular field, whether it's giving me right data or not. So again, as we created this report, we know that the ownership is on my name. It is not being shared with anyone else. And since at the time of building the report, we had enabled the web service. So this time we need not to modify it. Automatically, it is enabled to be exposed as an API, which is one of the prerequisite step. We have the namespace also. So the namespace of this report, which gets exposed, has becomes like the report name itself is being treated as the namespace over here. And we have this value listed down over here. Now let's again go to, and what we'll do is we'll keep this output over here only. So we'll know that this was the first previous output, right? We also know that we can do a report tag, like, create a report tag, and hence it will be easier for us to refer this report when we try to search for it. Now, how you can add more fields by clicking on this plus, right? And obviously if you want to subtract, you can use a minus sign. You can also reorder your fields up and down, like, in the output. So we have ID, name, and email in this sequence, but certainly if you have tens of fields or 15 of fields and you want to order it, you can choose this order and like, pick up your right order however you would want to have it. Now let's say a simple use case is like, if I want, so I am getting this basic information, but I want like, bank related information. So in terms of Workday, bank information is called as a payment election, and payment election is a standard industry standard terminology which reflects your bank information, whatever the employee have stored in their system. So to check for the, like, like how, where this information is available in Workday, you go to that employee's profile, and obviously under the pay section, you will see variety of options like pay group, which pay group it's part of. It's a bi-weekly, oh sorry, semi monthly, frequency, pay group, pay slips, and all of that. Here you have the payment election. So as you can see, this employee belongs to US. His default currency is USD, and he has couple of, I can see multiple bank accounts listed over here. So you see personal saving, personal checking, Bank of America, and these are the bank account which you can see listed for this employee. So and if you want to get this information into our report, if you want to pick up this information, and if I try for what kind of information we have, bank name, account number, account type, kind of this kind of information. So if I just try to search with bank, so there's something called we got bank. We'll just try to use that and see. This particular use case will give you a clarity on that. And in parallel, I will be opening this business object details report for you to understand and thought through how you can actually design it. So that is why I pick up a use case wherein I can show you multiple areas for you to play around with it and start thinking in those lines. So now when I try to use a account, right, I do not get anything related to it. I mean, there is no account number which I can pull it. So when I go to this worker bank name, let's say I want to pull bank name. So this is how it says, no match found, right? I don't get anything out of it. Account number, account, nothing I am getting it. So now comes the question, okay, I want this information within this report only, right? How do I get it, right? There comes the picture of having a related business object concept. Now, what I do is obviously first level of thing is I go to my business object details, over here, and look up for this particular business object. And I need to find the association of this business object. So here we are using business object as worker, and I know that field is not coming up in my report. So I will look up at the related business object, right? And I know that under the worker section, the type of data category is kind of a payment election, what I'm trying to look it up, right? So I will try to look up some business object over here, which corresponds to my payment. Now I see a lot of options over here, right? Yeah, like a lot of payment related option. So I may, so sometime it gets a kind of a hit and trial method also, that you want to look up all of them. But right now, when I select a payment election, I see that worker has an association with the payment election, but let me see with what object basically, or with what field. So when I see the linkage, I see there are three possible linkage from worker, which can help me derive certain data right now. And I see the description. So what it says, so the first one is payment election current, contains the current payment election for a worker, right? Second one is payment election in progress, which says current contains the in progress, there is something in progress, as in which has not been finalized for that worker, but it's in approval state or something. So what we derive, and it's a way how you actually think of that, okay, this could be helpful. The linkage between my worker and the payment election seems to be this field, right? And this linkage we can use as an object in our report to derive that information. And it's always a hit and trial. This is not something I'm trying to build a story and directly to show you, but this is how you actually think through when you build a report. So that's why I took an example where I failed on something and I have to think through or thought through about it, which could be the best way. So I see that, okay, I have this association. Can I use this field? And it's a multi-instance field. So multi-instance field. So if you click on this thing, what it says, contains the payment elections for a worker. It's a multi-instance. It's a Workday delivered, right? Field name is payment election current. It's a part of payment election related business object, what we see over here. So now what I do is, instead of picking up worker, under the field, I use payment election current. Now, if I try to search with bank related data, I do possibly am getting options of bank ID. And if I pick up this one, just type in with bank and we'll see what all options we get. Bank name, name over here. Okay, so now at this point in time, I'm still not sure whether it will pull my data or not. But what we'll do is we'll just run this report to see the output. Okay, so now it gave me a legit error. So there is one error and there is one alert. Alert is something which can be ignored, but what it says is group column heading must be specified for all subgroup. Okay, so we have added a linkage between a primary business object and a relation RBO, which has been added in terms of this payment election current. So group column heading is over here. So it's trying to ask me to provide a reference of it. So herever you have to provide a reference. So what you just have to do, select this option and just click OK. So it's for the internal reporting engine, what it requires a reference of the linkage. So now you have this information and see, I have kept empty for these ones. So let's see when we run this report, this is, see how the data is looking like. Now we'll pick this record. I can filter it out for that employee. Yeah, so we don't see. So if you see over here, though this employee, and if I go back to, let's see what all information it has. Payment election. Yeah. So since the data account number has been masked in this tenant right now, even when I'm trying to print the account number information, it is not coming up over here. Why? Because there has been a security permission which my account does not hold to print, because it's a sensitive information, right? Account number being a sensitive, and in this tenant it has been masked. So this information is not reflecting to me directly. I might have to provide more security to get the access to it and provide more privileges to this field, which is account number, so that I could access this fields data and have it on my report. But what I see over here is all my bank accounts. And if you see over here, account number, anyways, it's not coming. So we see 3 bank accounts, same. And how many records? So we have the same bank ID, multiple records are coming up. Remove. And this is the first layer of, like, how you get it. Obviously, it's a mass data as well as the dummy data. So there is a lot of, you will have to do some kind of massaging, in the sense, like, to filter out and get exact data, because here you are seeing multiple rows with the same data, right? And then there are empty data also, like for an employee who doesn't have any record, that will be a empty data. So in this case, what we have done is, so this we have added using a linkage of a RBO with the PBO, PBO being the worker, RBO being the payment election, as we saw, and we took the leverage of this field to add our linkage and use the field which we want for our particular requirement. Any questions till now, like, if you have it, because this is like, for a person who is starting on this thing, you will have to visualize things from multiple angle. You will have to look up the data source report. You will have to have some kind of reference of this business object while building a report. And hence I told that we should always start with something which will help us to solidify our concept and build things from scratch. again, so okay, so again it depends on how your invoice information is stored in like Workday. So, and obviously your data source will be different, your business object will be different, but the representation you will get in a similar manner uh, using the business object. See here, what we are doing is we are making use of these fields and extracting the data out of these objects, right? Ultimately even they are object only, like fields or object, what you say, where the data is residing, right? So if your invoice related information or sales related information is also stored like in the Workday system in these fields, you will use the appropriate fields to derive the same data in a tabular format only. So those data will also start reflecting in such manner, because see ultimately it's all about how your foundation data has been set it up in the entire system, irrespective depending on whatever module, depending on whatever kind of category or functional area of data you are storing in your tenant, right? So if it's related to employees, obviously you will make use of those right data sources. If it's related to the enterprise level, you will pick up the relevant data sources accordingly. But data storage and extraction as a default format for a report, you will see in a tabular format only. I just added couple of more fields like account name and an account type, and just to see like how the data looks like from the report standpoint. So I'm just going to run this report. We were not getting the account number. The reason was the field which I was using was masked versus unmasked. So right now in this tenant, all the data is masked. Not all the data, I mean the account number, since it's a sensitive information. So I was using a field called account number. So I thought, let me try kind of do a hit and trial and using the account number mask. So the moment I used it, I'm able to get the data, but obviously again it's a mask in the form mask. So but though it's reflecting over here right now. So that is something. And then I added a couple of more things like account type and account name. So just to when we use filter, sub filter and all that will just be able to help us. So this data obviously, as we know, that can be downloadable. We can certainly download this data directly. So this is how your data looks like when you actually download, and obviously you can perform any operation how the Excel works. So let's go to the report and add few more conditions. So right now we don't have anything over here, right? No. So from here, from reporting, it will just give you a total dump of the data. The segregation of data, like first 10,000, then next 10,000, you will have to do it manually in Excel. But when you build an integration, and if there is a requirement that, hey, I need only first 100 record, then a second batch should be 101 to 200, then third batch should be 201 to 300. That is doable, but from the integration standpoint, because obviously there you get more flexibility to write your own custom logic. Okay, so I just kept this first output in one tab, so that it's there for us. And let's go to back to again the edit mode, and first understand a simple thing is the filter. So obviously, as the name itself suggests, it's a filter condition, which is like a where clause condition. So like in my output, I obviously have all these fields, and what filter does is that irrespective of fields, what is being printed or what is available on your report, you can actually filter with anything as in like which is obviously corresponding to your related to your the primary business object. Because always remember that the data source which you are picking is actually the key factor over here, because data source determines the primary business object. And then you can leverage any fields or business object which either are direct deliver from a primary business object, or in case you want to use a RBO, which is a related business object, then there should be a proper linkage between that. So if you use want to filter it with employee ID, and why the reason why I'm choosing this field is like I'll show you like how this can be leveraged both as a hard coded filter or as a runtime prompt value. So over here, let's say if I just want to run my report for a particular record. So I'm just putting up operators. Then you have the equal to operation. And then if you see this comparison type, this is where the actual engine processing happens. So if I don't select this and if I click on all, I get 4 options listed down over here. So we'll look into, so first 2 options are related to the prompt. So when you pick any of those options from here, they corresponds to the prompt tab, and we'll see how it works. While the bottom two, value from another field or value specified in this filter. So let's say if I'm picking value specified in this filter, means this filter, what with what value I'm trying to do a comparison of which field, employee ID. So right now it's a hard coded value, right? So I'm making it a hard coded for this report to have a hard coded value. And when you actually run it, it just gives me a result set for in the background, because the engine itself is interpreting that, hey, just run it for this employee ID. So let's keep this output also open in, so that we could do a kind of a comparison when we look at each of the things and modify as we go. Now again, I'll go back to the edit mode. I'll go back to the filter condition again. And this time when I'm saying employee ID is equal to, right, in this case I do not want my report to have a hard coded value, because obviously if it's an exposed as an API, or if it's running in the production environment, obviously the client would say that would want them to enter the value, right, not the a hard coded value or something like that. So in that case you get 2 options: prompt the user for the value, and then second one is prompt the user for the value and ignore the filter condition if the value is blank. So if the second option is selected, and if your client or user is not supplying any value, then it will ignore this filter condition. So let's pick up the first one: prompt the user for the value. And you have to create a, so what Workday is doing over here is, Workday is creating a prompt by itself, a default prompt. Right now you will say that what is this default prompt? Over here you are basically trying to create a prompt as in, which do a comparison of any supplied value to this report, which could fit into your employee ID. So I selected this default prompt over here, and now comes the picture of this tab called prompt. So I go over here, and you see right now there are no default prompts, right? Workday has defined it. So to get all the prompts automatically available, what I'll do is, there is a checkbox: populate undefined prompt value. So the moment you click over it a single time, you will see that same default prompt gets listed over here. Now, what it depicts basically, so it says that Workday has created a prompt, whose name is default prompt, and what it is trying to compare with the value is employee ID. And employee ID is a field in the Workday. So whatever the client gives a value in the default prompt, it will try to relate with this field and check if there is a value existing in the system, and will try to run the report based on that logic. Right now, a few more options which it gives from the UI standpoint. So label for the prompt, like what do you want to look and feel when it runs? So let's say I am giving enter employee ID. So it's a kind of a label which will make it things more meaningful. XML, again, you have to keep it like this. You cannot have spaces in between because it's an XML, right? So it's a key value pair. I mean, it's a key. So employee underscore ID, which gets auto populated by Workday. Now, again, Workday gives you more flexibility. Whether you don't want to have a default value, or you want to have a specifier default value. So we'll see to it first, and then obviously whether this prompt is a required parameter or not. So we'll say required, right? And let's just give it a try now, how it actually looks like. basically what I was just explaining is like, prompts are a way of a filter, or in a SQL or a rational database, you can think it of as a where clause condition, where it lets you or as a user or as a client to supply a runtime value, right? And whatever value you supplied as a launch parameter, in the background, a report will be interpreted in that manner and run your output accordingly. Let's stay in this case. So let's pick up a value over here. We supply this value, which is a runtime value. And now if you see the output, it is basically on the runtime value. So let's keep this output also open. And again, we go to this report and modify it. And this time, so what we did was, when we ran this output for employee 21002, we saw that the default prompt did not had any value, right? So this is what also one more thing, what Workday gives you a flexibility when we looked at the prompt section, that you can supply a, you can give a default value also. So if you give specify default value, so let's say I am giving a default value 21001, right, over here. So, and if I click OK, so you will have that value already specified over here, but certainly it is just a default value. If I still want to run it, let's say for 3, so like, because in my second run I ran it for 21002, in my first run I ran it for 21001, and though the default value was 2 or 1, but let's say if I just change my mind and run it for 3, so I will get the data based on whatever value I supply over here. Again, going back to the edit mode. And when we talk about these filter, right, so filter basically, like as you see that, when I had provided this filter, because we are trying to filter it based on the employee ID, and for the employee ID we gave that the value for this filter should come from a default from. Hence you can have multiple values depending on the condition, because under the where clause also you might have or end condition. So right now there is a single condition, and how Workday also gives you that condition to be read as a text. So how you can read it as a text is employee ID equal to from user input. So run this report for the employee ID, whatever the value is being supplied by the user or whatever input is given by the user. And certainly you can add a multiple condition over here, and Workday gives you a flexibility that whether you want to run these condition in and mode or mode, right? So it certainly you can choose operator, and based on that your logic will run the operators. So same way your even the output will come, like whether you are looking to kind of concatenate two conditions or one condition. So let's say if I am picking this report and I'm providing, second, this is employee ID. Okay, so right now we'll just see to it. So this is based on the filter condition. Now what is sub filter? So filter, as you see, so the very first logic which you have to understand, a kind of a difference between a filter and a sub filter is, filter is always used to filter your report data output based on the fields which are related to the primary business object. So now going back to this report definition, the first column, right? So our primary business object was worker. And what are the fields associated with the workers in this field? The top 3, right? So it's a best practice and the preferred logical practice to supply all the to supply the filter conditions which are based on the primary business object. That is the key factor when it comes to the filter. Now what is sub filter? Sub filter is recommended and is actually meant to be used based on your, if there are any related business object in your uh, report definition. Like, if you are pulling the data with the help of your sub filter, then sorry, if you're pulling your data using a related business object, sub filter is basically used to filter based on your based on your related business object. So in this case, you have used a related business object as payment election. Payment election current. And what it does is that it asks for, whenever you're using a sub filter condition, right? First, it asks for a RBO, a related business object. And based on that, you can put up the fields which are associated with your related business object. So now if you see related to the payment election current, you will see all the fields associated with it. So if I and look up the only output which we had, which had all the data, right? So over here, we had the full list of data, let's say, and I had downloaded this sheet in the Excel also. Let me just open that. So as to explain you what exactly we are trying to do over here. So over here, this is the same output, which is downloadable in the Excel format, right? So obviously, whatever we are trying to do it from the Workday reporting standard, that we can certainly do it in the in by putting filters in the Excel sheet also. So let's say this is my entire data, right? Like the whatever the Workday generated without any filter or without any prompts. So right now, if I want to uh, filter it, I see there are blank values for the bank ID, and I do not want it, those employee record, right? So over here, I want this set of records to come up, which does not have a blank ID, right? Because why I opened over here and showing you is because if I show it over here, this column is not drillable. Why reason? Now see the look and feel of this report output. Your employee ID, you can filter it. Name, you can filter it. Email, you can filter it. Reason being, the first three have been derived from the primary business object. But the next remaining data set have been derived it using a related business object. So hence you see the payment election. So this is the UI representation of the output, how it looks like when you are using a combination of both PBO and RBO, right? So in this case, if I click on these fields, I cannot drill down or over here. Hence, for you to show this data, I downloaded the output, put it the filter condition, and even at the top also, see when it got downloaded also, see over here in the first column, the row 1 does not have anything because it is expected it is coming from PBO. But column D, E, F, G, H, I has written as a common payment election current, a similar kind of a representation. So hence I am trying to filter it. So now just to go back over here, the requirement is basically to filter out the record which does not have the bank ID. Now bank ID, as we know, it's associated with the RBO, and to have those record, we have to use a payment election current. So now if I look up this over here, so I'm trying to put up a filter condition is not blank, right? So this is my sub filter condition. Now I will show you, I will tell you how this execution actually happens in the background, because now you would say that we have a filter condition, and over here, what I'll do is I will, and let's see if we have any employee ID also as blank. No, we don't have employee ID. Do we have name as blank? Employee email address, I do see blank. So what we can do is, instead of using employee ID, we can use, and which email address we used, obviously since we used a lot of email, there are a lot of emails, we use the email the field which says email primary work. So under the filter condition, email primary work is not blank. Okay, so prompt do no more exist, hence we have to remove it. So whenever we are removing this prompt, so there was no prompt, right? Like the prompt got disabled basically, because earlier I was using employee ID and there was a prompt. So we have to manually go, and under the prompt section also we have to remove that prompt, the default prompt which was generated. So now under the filter condition, we have email address primary, which is not empty. If I have to give you an execution, right, like how it actually happens in the background, when you run a report, right, any Workday report, the very first level of execution is it looks at the data source. So data source will give you a subset. So in this case, report interpreted that I have selected a data source called all worker, and all worker means that it comprises of active and terminated workers, which and worker, as you know, it's a combination of a population which is a full-time employee plus the contingent or a contractor population, plus it also contains future dated workers, right? So that's the first level of filtration what Workday does. The second level of filtration is it executes sub filter condition first and then the filter condition. So that is how the execution happens. And sub filter condition will only get executed if your report has any RBO, any data which you are pulling using a related business object association or a linkage. So in this case, if you see the output, what we did was, let me remove the filter. So what we are trying to do is when subfilter gets executed, right? So you have the bank ID. What we are trying to provide is bank ID is not blank. So let's look at from here, bank ID, right? Now, if I remove all the blanks, I get this data set, right? But what Workday does it doesn't just completely remove those complete records, like what Excel does it, right? The moment we choose to get rid of these blank, it actually removed my entire rows also, right? This is how you would expect a where condition or a like, you know, a filter would work. No, this is not it, how the Workday sub filter work. What it does is wherever it finds blank, a bank ID is empty. So let me pull up only the bank ID where it's empty so that it gives you a better understanding. Only bank ID. Okay. So we have these many records, like probably how many? Somewhere around 528 records or so, where bank ID is empty. So what Workday does it does not completely remove these records. Wherever it says bank ID is empty, it even makes other data as completely blank. Like, you know, it doesn't consider this record, but does not remove it in the output. Then executes the filter condition. So you will have the primary email work address is not blank, which is our primary condition, right? Now, if you want to make sure that even the total, all the records wherever bank ID is empty should not come up in your file, right? What you have to do is you have to provide the same condition as is not empty. Let me again reiterate, when you are using a sub filter condition, Workday does not reduces the count of record when it is executing. So whatever condition you supply over here, which is bank ID is not blank, the expectation which we will think is that it will remove those complete records cannot be removed because you still have some data for the primary business object. So let's pick up any record, right? You don't have bank ID or any other information which is related to the RBO, but you certainly have the some information for the PBO. So Workday will not directly go ahead and get rid of that record. If you as a requirement is that we have to get rid of a record based on a condition which is related to a RBO, related business object. So all you have to do is put a sub-filter condition, which will wherein you are putting that bank ID is not blank, and then in the filter condition you will supply it as payment election current, which is the RBO, is not empty. So let's run this report and let's first see how the data looks like. Yeah, so now we see a reduction in the output record as to 763. We can certainly download this record. And now if you see, you will not see even a single bank ID, which is blank in this case. So this is what I really want you guys to understand, the nuisance or the execution level, what it happens in the background. Like, when you are building a report, right, you have to really think of that, hey, my report is comprising of data from not only the primary business object, but also the related business object. And if you see, when we had not put any filter, right, so this is the output when we initially ran the report, which comprises of 1368 records. It drastically reduced it to close to half of it records, because since there are multiple reasons, again I would say it's a implementation tenant, a lot of junk data, unwanted data is there, a lot of blank values you might see. But our intention was to actually get rid of those unwanted record, or maybe if my condition is that, hey, the bank ID should not be at least blank, because I still see that I still have record wherein either branch ID, bank's branch ID is blank, right? And there could be possibility that even the account numbers are also empty. In this case, it's not like, every account number is available. Bank name is also there, and even checking the type of the account is also there. So does this gives you some idea, like, how the execution and what's the major difference between a filter, sub filter, and how you can add your prompt condition? So Workday gives you a flexibility, like how you evaluate these expressions, right? Like all the BODMAS operator, like, the or condition or the conditional operator, you can certainly put in such a way. So let's say, I have these two conditions, like in and if I want to put it this one as or, I can certainly put my parenthesis over here like this. So what it will run is, and then the third one will be under the or condition. And again, you will put a parenthesis. So the same parenthesis concept even in fact lies over here as well, similar manner. So like, if my condition, if my expression looks like this, so obviously the first two are being treated as an AND operator, and then the resultant would be treated with the OR condition, with the third condition supplied over here in the third row. So these things actually, like, when you actually start working on it, and when you get me a requirement, like, I want to pull this data, I haven't applied any filter or sub filter, and I'm getting a huge set of data, like what we saw, like let's say, like, 1368 record. But when I download this record, I see a lot of junk characters, a lot of unwanted records, or my client requires me to put more condition to have a minimal set of data, so that like, not only my report could run faster, but also it gives me the only those record which are my actual requirement, right? And that is where this filter and sub filter plays a key role. And obviously the prompts, because prompts will give you a flexibility for not only the client to provide the runtime values, or like, the launching values, but also minimize the results and to a drastic, like, a very minimal set of data what you want in your output data. Now looking at the sort option, like, again, as I said, conceptually, this report, why we took this reference of this report is like, because it comprises of both PBO and RBO, and these are the major two concept, basically the two types of business object which you have to play around to generate your data, right? So when it comes to the sorting, like if you see sorting over here, there are two sections. One is sort over here, and then there is a sub level sort. So even sort works in the same way how filter is, like how filter condition works on PBO and sub filter works on the RBO. Similarly, when you are applying sort, you are adding fields which are related to the PBO from your report, and it need not to be necessary that whatever values you are printing, you have to pick only those values in your sort or filter. You can sort or do filter or sub filter based on any related fields from your PBO and RBO. So when you do sort, you use a PBO, fields from the PBO, and when you do a sub level sort, again, see, it is asking for a business object. So this business object is nothing but the related business object being utilized, right? So if you so sub level sort will work on the fields which are related to your related business object. But by default, if you are not using any sorting, right, what Workday does is it filters, it does a sorting based on the very first available field on your report. So when you see the output, right, when we are running this report and we didn't had any sort, so for by default, sorting is based on the very first field on your report, and very first field on your report is the employee ID over here. Hence, in the output, you see the sorting basically happening based on the employee ID. But to override this operation, certainly you can supply multiple values from your primary business object. And again, when you supply multiple values, it executes in the same manner that first it sorts the entire result set on the first condition what you have supplied, like let's say employee name, and then it sorts based on the second condition, whatever you have supplied, if you want to do sorting based on the multiple condition, right? And same goes for the sub level sort, sub level sort, again it works on the RBO, as I said. So for the RBO, again, if your output contains, so what are the fields we are deriving it from RBO? We have the bank ID, starting from bank ID till account type, right? And there could be possibility that you are using many different fields, right? So it again picks up or sorts based on the very first available uh, field from the RBO. It takes that as a default and then sorts your data based on that when it is printing on the UI front. When you actually use a prompt right over here, so remember when we used a prompt, so prompt has a close association with a filter. And in fact, even in the sub filter, you can actually add those prompt. So both filter and sub filter have an association with prompt. So when you create a prompt, so let's say if I am adding a prompt over here, so over here, if you see, I am in the sub filter, I am using my RBO, and then I am trying to provide a filter or a prompt using my field which is derived from a RBO. So account ID is a field derived from RBO, and what I want to do is comparison type, right? So again, if you oversee, you get all the option, you can pick up prompt the user for the value, and in this case, let's assume that you have multiple prompts. So if you have one prompt in filter, employee ID, and employee ID is based on the PBO, right? Because we are in filter. And instead of value supplied, I am using prompt the, yeah. So now you might say that, hey, there are two prompts which I want to use in the report, but it has same name. Over here also default, and over here also default. How will I know the difference when I click on the prompt section? So the best way is, what you can do is, you can click on cross button and just enter it empty, and instead of using default, you can just pick up prompt one. So prompt one for here, and you can click again over here and prompt two from here. So you will now know that, hey, my prompt one means I have to supply a employee ID. And what is employee ID? It is a field from my PBO. What is my prompt two? Prompt two is account type. And what is this field coming from? Account type is basically coming from my RBO, which is payment election current. And obviously, we would know that, hey, RBO can only happen in subfilter, and PBOs, fields from the primary business object, can only be applied in the filter. So that is like a rule mantra always you have to remember, so that it makes your life easier to add these values. Now the moment I go to my prompts, so I don't have anything, right? So you have to click on this checkbox, and now if you see, those prompts gets auto populated. So you have employee ID corresponding to prompt one, account type corresponding to prompt two, and then you can obviously set up some meaningful name, enter empid, and then again it will ask whether you want to have any default values. So multiple option, specify any default value, no default value. If you choose something called determine default value at runtime, right? So in that case, it may ask you, like, if you are looking for some value from some other field or something, but that we'll see later, like, how this option works. But right now, either you can supply a default value or a no default value. And then obviously you would want them to be made mandatory, like, the client should actually supply this value, they should not ignore it. So now when I'm trying to run this report, it is asking me to enter the employee ID. Now see the difference. Employee ID is a free text. I can type anything, right? Because it is asking the user to provide a value, a legit value, right? But if you see the account type, it is like a search, a kind of a drop down list. So whatever account types are being configured in Workday, it gives you a list of those and ask you that, hey, what values you want to pull in, like, for a particular employee. So now if you see, Logan McNeil had multiple account related to both checking and saving. But in this case, when I gave the value as account type as only checking and employee ID, obviously corresponding, it is pulling me only those bank record. But does that make also similar from the logic standpoint, how these reporting gets evaluated and extracted? I mean, this is just for my own personal information which I wanted to check. So this is how, like, Workday is making, I believe, a bit easier, that
Yeah,
when we are putting these condition. And now if you see over here, remember, like, in not so sometimes it gets difficult to read these condition or this table. Hence Workday is giving it in a textual format, that what it is trying to do is parenthesis, email primary work is not blank, and then and condition, payment election is not empty, and then and of this one is being evaluated against and of employee ID. That gives more flexibility over here. Now, an important thing to notice as we have this output coming over here is, uh, remember, like, when we were talking about the APIs, right? Like, how these reports can be exposed as an API. So I told that you go to the action items, and then you pick up the web service, click on the view URLs, and obviously you can give the same. So now here is the representation of the same data, which I thought it will make sense now to show you how the similar interpretation of this data looks like. Obviously, I ran it. Let me again run this report for the same employee, for the same account type. So we had picked saving. Okay, so now if you see over here, you have ID, name, email, bank ID, branch ID, all of this information, two bank records, right? For this. And let's read how this XML looks like. So you have the namespace as we had already seen. This namespace, the entry moment for each record. Like, here, what is the record? It's 21001. This record has multiple instances, right? So same employee, Logan McNeil, has multiple instances of record. So basically it has two rows, right, for the same employee, because there are two bank accounts. Or think of, there are five dependents for this particular employee, so there will be five rows for this particular employee. But when it comes to the representation in the XML, sometimes things may vary, and hence it's the downstream system's responsibility how they want to interpret the data. So report entry, wherever you see, it means the root element or the root XML. So the root is this employee, basically one record. So if there were multiple records, there will be multiple root entry key or the tag. So since this report has only single record coming in, so only single report entry tag. So let me expand it. Now you see the employee ID, you have the legal name, you have the primary email address, right? So you have the three values listed down here. From bank ID till account type, these values have been derived from a main XML tag called payment election current, which is a RBO in terms of Workday. So see how it is being extracted. So you have two rows basically for payment election current. You have one over here, payment election current group, and second payment election current group over here, two records. So if I expand first one, you have this record. As you can see, I mean, unfortunately, in this case, both the records have the same data, but definitely if the records had a different data, we would have got two different, you would have be able to differentiate. So this is one record. If I expand the second payment election current, you have the second record coming in. So while using this XML, which has been exposed as an API, your downstream system will have to write a logic in such a manner that you have to iterate in a way that first they have to find out a root element, then they have to use a looping for each, or like, a loop wherein they have to loop in to check like how many sub records are present for each record of the root element. Does this make sense? So this will be like, when we actually use a postman to extract this information as an API, that time like, you will be able to see more better. But I thought, like, since we have a small set of output coming in over here, it will make sense to show you the output of it. Again, like, going and you're going, so when I showed you this one, right, like payment election current group, so this group thing, where it is coming from, the alias is from the group column heading. And over here I have the XML alias. This is where this, and this got auto printed, like, when you actually added this RBO over here, this XML alias, as always, it will come up directly and you need not to change it. So this is coming from here. So let's look at, so we saw, like, and obviously we are in this case generating the output as a tabular structure. We don't have provided any sharing option. Like, this, we were able to get the XML alias of this because it's a API enabled, like, web service enabled this particular report, and hence we are able to like, get the uh, XML representation of the same report prompt, which has multiple values which can come in, right? Right. So see, it depends on, like, the what kind of prompt it is. So let's say if there is a prompt of type country, like, a list of countries. So in the prompt itself, you can have all the list of countries enabled, and you can pick and choose which all countries you want to select it. Oh yes, it does in when you're,
Okay.
yeah, it will come up when you're running this value, right? When you have this, so see, prompt, as I said, it is always associated with your filter condition. So what you would do in that case is, like, when you're supplying the value, so let's say if there is a country field in the filter condition, you are basically supplying all the values over here, like list of values. So what you will do is you're supplying a list of values over here, and then under the prompt section, when you say, like, default values, yeah, that all, see, very first thing is that a double l is not a valid keyword for Workday to interpret. Second thing is, it also depends on the data type, like, that for what data type value you are trying to grab multiple values, if it's a string or if it's a numeric value or a alphanumeric value. In this case, country is a string, right? A matter of text basically. But that country, or a list of country, or whatever values you want to multi-select it, or like a all, that also should be configured within the Workday system basically. Like, if you want all the countries, then those countries should be present in your system, right? The easier approach I would suggest is that under the filter condition, let's say you are putting up over here, let's say a condition called country equal to, or in the selection list, like, because employee ID is obviously unique identifier, hence, but for other it will come out, and then you can provide a list of all the values over here itself. So what it will do is, you need not to even look up for a prompt actually. See, prompt works when, prompt is not a solution when you want to supply all the values or a multiple values. Prompt is a solution which helps you to like, drill down to a very limited set of information if you want a user to run based on a certain specific criteria. So over here, operator values also gets reflected based on the field data type. So if you see over here, see the values it is coming. So it is reading this employee ID and trying to give you a kind of all the possible operator condition, like not equal to, or starts with, because it has interpreted that employee ID is kind of a string, right? So hence all the operator what you are seeing over here, or string which is a numeric in nature, right? So obviously it has interpreted in this manner that you are trying to see only those operator which are in related to a string in a numeric manner, or a numeric. If there is some other kind of, let's say, a date parameter, right? In that case, this operator subset might have a some different set of values. So in that case, what you can do is, you will have to add multiple employee ID. Let's say if you want to run it for two employee IDs, then you can put it as a or condition and run it for two employee IDs. Like that, in subset you will have few IDs, right? You getting my point? Like if you have multiple, or in that case, if you want to directly select it from the employee only, then let's say if we can use a worker itself and give a multiple values. So when I'm using a worker, then definitely I will be able to do a selection in the selection list, and then supply the pick up the values from user. So over here, see, now this becomes like a, instead of free text box, now it's a values where you can pull it from multiple employees. Now you can supply multiple values. As I said, it totally, and hence I changed the, from the employee ID, I changed it to worker basically, because when you are putting these operators under filter or prompt condition, right? These operator works based on the field which you are trying to do a comparison. So let's say if there is a date field over here, it will not show in the selection list, right? Because you cannot have select a particular date. It will it will open up a calendar basically for you to pick up a date or a between date ranges, right? So hence it totally depends on the field. You have to pick up a field in that case. In like in this particular scenario, you wanted multiple employee IDs to be picked up, like as you said, in condition that 21001 comma 21002. Hence in that case you will not use employee ID, you will use a worker, and that will give you a flexibility to pick up all these conditions, like all your records which you wanted, based on a category or based on a location. Few of the things. An important thing which I also wanted to highlight over here is, so when we actually create a report, right? And I was talking about the kind of a types of report, basically what all options we receive right over here. So as we saw that we, while building a report or when you create a report, you get multiple options. So you have a type of report, then obviously by default Workday will check this box, but in my data source the list will become very minimal, because not all the data sources are optimized for performance or have a like a performance tuned data sources. So you unselect it, and hence you get a more wider range of data source for you to work and play around it. But let's look up what are these types of report are. In general, if I have to tell you, like as in if now or in future you are going to work on reporting Workday or building integrations out of Workday, there are highly chances that between 90 to 95% of your scenarios or your report building capability will be fulfilled by the advanced report. The reason being is that advanced reports are helping you to use uh, all the concept which we saw, like whether it's the filtering, sub-filtering, sorting, using PBOs, using RBOs, and that's a kind of a differentiation between these report. When we talk about simple report, these do not give you flexibility, and there is a document also, like a page liner, wherein you can see that kind of a difference between here. So advanced report helps you to get the data based on PBO, RBO, and all of it. You can do sorting, filtering, and all of that. uh, when it comes to the metrics, and matrix is basically the composite one, second one I will come later, but matrix reporting is something which is more on the analytics part of it, where you would be kind of classifying the data on certain clause condition. But this is more specific, wherein a simple example would be when you are want to do some kind of a metric analysis on the iteration rate, more on the staffing side of operations, like how many folks have left organization in last 4 months, 6 months. So when you want to do the metrics management, in those cases only you would be making use of this metrics reporting. The representation is also kind of a the pictorial representation is a bit different to it. Nbox, again, it's an extended version of matrix. But what Workday is soon going is, Workday is planning to decommission Nbox, transport, and trending. These are the three sets of report what Workday is soon planning to decommission it, because they are improvising more and more functionality on the advanced reporting side only. And even the simple reporting now, all the capabilities of simple reporting have been incorporated into the advanced reporting. A major difference was when they started with the simple reporting, they did not had a concept of related business object or RBO. So everything was only being derived using the primary business object, which now they have improvised in advanced reporting. And hence these reports are now being restricted on the report type the advanced report. And even if you see our master report called all custom reports, and if we just run it without providing any launch parameter, so we have 2673 items. There are few reports. So if you see this as being the just dummy tenant, we have close to more than half of it being the advanced report. And obviously the other set of reports do exist, but I won't be surprised if their count is minimal or have are being used to a very limited extent. But certainly, if you just want to see a reference of these reports, in your training or testing tenant also, you would see some reports. But soon as I said, they would be decommissioned. So all the capabilities would certainly be part of your main advanced reporting itself. So that is something what Workday is kind of consolidating all of it in the same manner. Data sources, we saw temporary report again, when you build a report, the temporary, it will be there for a period of a week or so, but certainly you can make them over as a full complete report, so that they won't get deleted from your the tenant or the system, and they will stay there over a longer period of time. We saw all these options. How do we add related business object? Yeah, so this was the option. So for this report, my option, because since it's a testing tenant, and that is not allowing me to enable or disable this temporary report, right? So in general, when you work on your own tenant, you will have this checkbox enabled, and always make sure that if your report is important, this checkbox is not enabled at all, because else what will happen is it will just remove your report from the system, and you will not be able to grab this report again. And this particular document, which I'm just actually going through, this will certainly be shared with you. I'll be sharing because this is something for my own reference also, because it's a more in a structured manner. You will have an access to it. I'll be sharing it a later point in time. So one more thing which we actually didn't discuss is about the scheduling of these reports. So now certain time there are scenarios where you do not want your system, you do not want individual folks to run these report in the production environment on regular basis, and rather you would want them to be scheduled so that the output can be generated and is available within the system. And hence this notification and inbox capability helps, wherein your output gets generated and stored over here, which can be downloaded at a later point in time. So how do we schedule these reports? So when coming to scheduling, there are multiple options. Either you can run now, which is similar to the run option, you are running it at this point in time, or else you get multiple options, whether you want a daily frequency or a weekly frequency or a monthly occurrence of the same report, or just in case you want to run this report only once in the future. So when you have to set up a daily occurrence of this report, so in that case you can specify, just provide your launch parameter over here, then go to the schedule tab, and Workday gives you all the features, recurs every day, what would be the start time you want to run that report, and on which time zone you want to run it, and the occurrence range, from when to when this report should run. So when this report runs in the background, right, you need not to go ahead and check this report it's running or not. Your output will get displayed, will get a notification, and you will have your output available under these options, right? And that is easily downloadable, which you can download your report and extract the output of it. So at any point in time, if you have scheduled on daily basis, you will have a daily output being generated from the Workday, which will you will be able to grab that information. Oh, right. So that's a good point. So remember again, going back to our big picture diagram, like where we mentioned that, we have a tech stack called EIB, which is Enterprise Interface Builder, right? That gives us a flexibility wherein we can use a custom report as a data source and then provide a delivery mechanism, and there are a lot of delivery mechanism provided by Workday, those protocols, transfer protocol, SFTP, FTP, Amazon S2 bucket, or in fact email capability also. So when we look at that EIB, you will get to know how you can automatically schedule your EIB, which will internally call your custom report, run the custom report, generate the output, and send it to your downstream system wherever you want to send the output to. Yeah, so that's again an important question. So see, whatever we will go through, right? Whatever, and in fact, all these tasks like custom report, create custom report, view custom report, business, whatever we go through, think from a developer standpoint that only these set of community will have access to these tasks and all of it. As a normal user, like you as an employee of this organization, when you try to search for these things, they will not be able to see all these tasks because all these reports are or integration are in the background, which nobody in the organization should have access to other than the development community. So scheduling has two aspects. Whether you are scheduling this report or integration in a production environment, then obviously only the admins will have access to it, right? Because ultimately this is the output is going into the inbox of all the people who have the right privileges, right? Which you
Yeah.
might not want it to everyone see the same output, right? But if it's a non-production environment and you want to schedule it, then certainly you can have this access. And I think directly you can also go, yeah, there is a task called schedule a report, wherein you can actually even select this report. So like our report name is cr underscore something test. So it should, so this task access will only be, as you rightly said, will be to admin, but certainly only for the non-prod environment, basically. So trigger points, basically, are you trying to invoke this report from a different system? Is that what you want to try to trigger this report? Because the trigger points ultimately would only be the parameter which you are supplying within the Workday. Like for this report to trigger in the system to run is only these parameter what you supply. But if your intent is to trigger this report to run from a third party system, then I believe that is right now only doable through the integration and not via a direct call. Or obviously then if you are using this report as an API, you can call this API at any given point in time. Right. So, I mean, see, scheduling these report is basically for an internal purpose. Your intent, there could be two business case where you want to schedule it. Either you want this report, let's say if there is a HR folks, some 5-7 HR folks in an organization, you want to schedule this report on daily basis so that the moment they log in, they get the output of the report, all of them together. Rest, if any other system is using this report, then I would suggest to go via API channel wherein you can invoke this report, make a get call, get the output data and use it in your own system. That also can be scheduled, but that schedule will happen in the downstream system, not in the Workday. So if you're looking at these options, right, there are sometimes when there is a pipeline enabled in a way that you want a data from Workday, but at a certain point in time wherein your previous system, so let's say look at a pipeline that Workday is a middleware system. There is a source, there is a first system, then Workday is a second system, then there is a third system, right? And you want to create a pipeline that from first system, data is coming as an inbound to Workday, and from Workday it should go to the third system. So when you are providing that kind of a pipeline, kind of a mechanism, like ingesting a mechanism of data flow, in such cases you need to maintain a kind of a dependency also between the system, in a manner that if the first system itself is being delayed on ingesting the data into the system, and hence this feature would come into a picture wherein even if there are delays, or if there are the first system or the source of truth itself is delayed, then you can provide a lag, basically a kind of a lag to your system, and provide a extra delay in response to fetch the data to the third system. So even here also, if you see, it totally depends on kind of the notification, because these what you say is kind of features what Workday provide. Like if your first system itself is an integration, or if it's an inbuilt job, cloud loader is again a Workday's loader system which can load your data uh, into the system or extract the data, right? Ox migration tool, remember we were talking about how we can migrate from one system to another. So those are the kind of dependency what it is listing. Or in fact, even if there is a dependency of a report from one report to another, so that kind of thing. Other option I don't see much of being used probably in the real-time scenario Workday, or again it could be a totally a different use case, what leads for these reports to be scheduled in the system overall. And if you see also, right, these are the status what you see right now is basically on the status of the previous system, how it actually is behaving, whether what is their status, and based on their status your current report will behave. And obviously you can provide a timely delay if the upstream itself is having some challenges in ingesting the data. So before the Workday report could actually run and extract and send that information to your next downstream system. So now, when we talk about Workday security, so what is Workday security? It is all about making sure that each and every object, anything whichever is in there in the Workday, an individual who is trying to log in into a tenant can see, can act upon, edit, add, update only that object or only that item which he or she has the right to access, and make an update operation or make a delete operation or make an add operation. So Workday gives you a flexibility at an object level also to determine whether you are the right person to actually perform any sort of operation. A very high level of the thing which we had seen, if you remember, is when we were building report, right? So I'm just going to open the report, and what I'm trying to over here explain is a very small miniature of the security aspect we had seen, if you remember, under the share tab, where I was talking about that when you actually create a report for the first time, this is how the security looks like from the Workday standpoint. As in, it is owned by the person who has created this report. That's one thing. Second, it is in by default do not share mode. So if let's say if Ashwad has created a report, and if Karuna wants to access that report, when Karuna uses Workday search bar and try to search for it, this report will not come into the search capability, right? So that this is when you actually don't share the report. The couple of two option which I had mentioned that we will talk about later also gives you a privilege, whether you want to share that report with authorized user or with a specific set of folks, which you would want to expose your report or API. So this kind of a security configuration you can do at a custom report level. But even at the field level, now I mentioned that Workday makes sure that each and every object, whether it's a data source, whether it's your primary business object or related business object, or in fact, the smallest level of data, which is field, has its own set of security rules and how you can actually see it. And this is like, so when you mouse hover on the three dots for any of these fields in Workday, right, like that there are thousands of fields, you can go to security, and if you see, click on view security. So over here you see a table, like we'll come to this, like what actually it is, but this is just a navigation part right now. What I'm trying to say, we will understand how do we interpret basically this security aspect of it. So before we actually jump in, a couple of terminologies which is like a ground rule when we talk about security. So three terminologies which will come and be extensively used for you going forward, and this is something which will always be there on a fingertip. So one is securable item, and these are our Workday terminology. Is my screen visible, or you want me to? Yeah, I
Yes,
think
Abhi. Yeah, that is visible.
That's
okay. So one is securable item. This is the first terminology. We'll see what it is. Another is security policy, and third is security. So these are the three concepts which, and these three concept completely helps you understand the entire Workday security model, underlying security model. Now let's talk about each of them and see what they are and how they are correlated, because it's not about, so if you understanding these three as three and different entities is a very simple task, but how do you like stitch them together and then implement as a Workday security model in your Workday is really important. So securable item. Now securable item can be anything, any item. Now what do I mean by item? It could be a field. So a securable item can be any Workday field. It can be any report. It can be any data source filter, etc. And we'll see what exactly you mean. Like, we obviously know what is field, what is report. So a combination of all of them can be called as a security item. Now, what is security policy in terms of Workday? Security policy are kind of a set of rules which Workday has predefined. Now, you cannot create your own policy. What you can do is you can leverage these policies to actually provide the right level of access to the right set of people. So these are set of rules defined by the Workday alone, right? And third player in this game is called a security group. Now security group, think of it as a basically a group only, which may or may not have multiple users. Now these users, right? So if you see, I mentioned that security group contains a set of people, a set which may or may not have multiple users. So a security group can be a single person, like a single person, a single user attached to it, or it can have multiple user. And now these user, you might say, who are these users? These users could be actual users or fictional user. So actual users, obviously people like you and me, right? The actual developer who are fictitious users, right? So the actual users are people like you and me who actually have login credential, get in the tenant and perform certain operations. Fictitious users is something which you can create in Workday, right? And what it does is it actually tries to have, and you create fictitious user, you provide them certain kind of a rule set or access level, and those user can now be attached to your report, your integrations, and you can run those report or run those integration with that level of security, right? So these are the three player. Now how are these three associated with each other? Simple, and that's why I'm just writing it, because I just want you to understand from a very layman standpoint before we actually look at the actual, like, the terminologies basically. So it's a very simple association. Securable item is on one side, policies in middle, and security group think on the other side. So a security group, as I mentioned, is a collection of user. You may have single or multiple user, is associated with securable item with the help of a policy. So policy is the key player over here, which determines the association between a security group and securable item. Now, security group, right now that it's a user, basically, right? A collection of user. So any access to this of this user for any securable item. Now, securable item also, that it could be any field, report, data source, any of these sort of things, right? And in fact, yeah, this filter, integrations, right? So any security groups association, or like, access to the securable item, any of this item is driven by a policy in the Workday ecosystem. So this is a kind of a crisp of the Workday security model, which now when we get into the tenant, you will be able to see. But this is this kind of an association which I first wanted to establish before we see the stuff in the Workday. And policies again are of two type, basically: domain security policy. Right. So we'll see what exactly these two are. Domain security policy are basically these items. So securable items are also called as domain securable items. And there is a category called business process securable. So over here, what I was saying is that securable item also can internally be classified as domain securable item. And domain securable item would comprise of all the aspect, like, what we saw, any kind of object, like, whatever is there in Workday. And when we talk about the business process securable item, so what could be part of business process securable item? Like, basically higher BP config, like, probably you can say BP configurations, or fundamental or other functional configuration, which we'll see the functional configurations. Right. So basically, these policies are the key player which drives the relation between the security group and securable item. So now comes a few of the tasks again in the Workday which you would want to understand it. So now let's have these tasks and see. So very first task coming into is, like, create security group. So obviously what happens is Workday, and so now think from a perspective that, and I'm just trying to give you and help you understand from a real-time example so that it gets register, or now you could start making it sense out of it. So let's say you have integrations running in Workday, from Workday to a third-party system, let's say a payroll or any other vendor, right, where you are sending the data. So when these integrations are running into the production environment, you would not want them to run with some person or some individual security, right? It has to run with a legit uh, security, so that integration pulls that information and sends the data to the downstream system, right? So while you run those integration, you need to create security groups, security users, those fictitious user, and then assign the right security to the to those user, and then attach your users and security group to the integration. So I'll explain you the basically the flow. So the very first task which you need to know is create security group. Now this is the very first task coming, which you need to understand it. So when we talk about, like, create security group, it asks us two things. One is what kind of security group we wanted to create. Now here we are talking about purely from a tech standpoint, like the technical aspect of the Workday, right? Because this is where we are more interested and in line towards it. So whenever we are creating a security group and it is asking for a type, we are going to use something called unconstrained integration system security group. Now, what do we mean by unconstrained? When we pick it up, constraint, you see somewhere it's constraint and unconstrained, and then there are so many different types of the type of a security group, but that is from the functional configuration standpoint, and our main focus is to understand from the entire tech standpoint, like the APIs, the integrations, the reports, what we are trying to use or what we should be ideally using it. So unconstrained versus constrained means that whenever you are picking up a security group template, unconstrained, Workday is giving you a liberty to provide the right set of policies internally and attach it to your security group over here. So the policies, right? This would be the next step. So first step is basically when we get into this process is create security group. Let me list down before we actually see it. Create a security group. So once your security group is created in Workday, what you're going to create it, you will create integration users. So because the fact is that once you have created a security group, it's empty. You just created a empty. Now you need to create integration users, attach users to your created security group, right? This would be your third step. And fourth step would be attach policies, right? Because till step 3, you are creating group, you're creating user, but it doesn't have anything. It's empty. It is like it doesn't have any privileges. So what you're trying to do in the fourth step is attach policies, what is being already defined by Workday, right? And we'll see what are those policies, right? Activate the policies. And what happens the moment it gets activated? Whatever policies you have attached to this security group. So we are attaching this policies to security group. The moment you attach and activate these policies to a security group, in turn, whichever user, like let's say there are 5 users part of this security group, all of them will start having access and permissions and privileges to these policies, which will drive the entire access of your securable item. So now I think you're trying to relate that once your policies are set, policies will internally drive that, hey, if there are 5 users to this security group, then what kind of access those 5 users should have it to the set of securable item. And now you know that securable item can be anything in Workday. It could be a field, report, data source, or any stuff, or even task, right? Like whatever we type in over here. So what did I type? I typed create security group, right? There could be possibility that as a user, so in real time, right? In real time world, create security group task is not given to everyone in the system because it's a backend configuration. So a normal employee in the organization will not have access to this task. Why? Because because he or she as a user is a part of a security group who has certain policies which does not allow them to access securable item. Which securable item? Like task, a particular task also, right? So and this list is extensive, right? Like when I say a securable item, right? So securable item is like a collection or an array. So and this array can comprise of any object, field, any sort of report, like because obviously there will be thousands of report. Data sources, again, there are so many data sources, like then you might have hundreds of integrations running in your ecosystem, right? So this is what it drives it. So let's pick up unconstrained, and we give a meaningful name to it. So normally in Workday terminology, when you create a security group, the naming convention is ISSG, and then you actually create your you provide your name of the security group. So let's say I'm just providing. So over here, I'm just trying to create a security group, and see over here, it's asking me user, if there are any user which I want to attach it to this security group. So right now, I do not want it, but I will certainly do it after creating it. So I'm just creating, I clicked OK, and I'll just make a note of it, this security group. The next task which you should remember is to create a security user, right? So create integration. So the task name is create integration system user, because you are trying to create a system user in the system. So over here, again, it will ask you for the name, and the naming convention is ISU, integration system user. Again, you will provide a name. In this case, you will actually not provide your name or anything, but let's say you are creating this user for a particular integration, right? And that integration has some number. So the naming convention in that case would be ISSG underscore, and then in Workday's terminology, integration are being donated as INT, and then let's say 012, right? So this would be kind of a standard naming convention which you would want to follow it. Now over here, again, ISU, and then over here, I'm just providing a name to the user, and then it asks for a password. So you can provide a password to it. And if you see this option, right, and you must be thinking why it is asking for a password. So this last option, do not allow UI session. So what exactly it means is that we are think that these users are fictional user, right? Even if you want to access these user, we can access it by logging into the application with their access. So let's say if I don't click this checkbox, right? And I'm creating this user. So I just click OK, click done. And in this Workday tenant, let me log out. See over here. So this user, ISU underscore Karuna underscore test, right? And see the difference. Now, this user is a fictional user. So hence, there is no access right now to it. Hence, you cannot see any of these applications. Nothing is coming up for this user. It is completely blank. Even if you type for basic task also, nothing would come up. No application, because we have created a fictional user. So over here, what we did is we created a user, and we created a security group. We created an integration user, and we can definitely create any number of user. And now as a part of third step, we have to attach it, right? We have to attach this user to this security group. So over here, now the third task. So we created a security group with the help of create security user. Now we will look up a task called edit security group, and again try to search with our security group name. So if you try to search over here, you have a security group, and then again the same window which came in when we were creating a security group. So over here, what I'm trying to do is, again, as a user, I will just try to search with Karuna. I see that. And now what I have done, I have just associated this security group with my user. So that association is now established. And you can have multiple security user attached to a single security group, right? So that is also easily doable. You can just provide your list of all the user to that. Now comes the fourth step. So before we actually see, what actually it means. So there is again one more task coming into your road, like maintain permission for security group, right? So earlier Workday used to only give an option, a maintain, as in there was no option to copy it. So now they have actually copied that, where what they are trying to say is that if you want to actually copy a permission from an existing security group, right? Like you do not want to give each access again and again, you can directly go ahead and copy it. So right now we will just not choose the copy option, but since we want to give it explicitly, So again, I'm going to give security group name over here. So now if you see over here, right, and that's why I just wanted to go step by step so as to make you understand that what we are doing here. Now we are in a page or in a task called maintain permission, and you see two tabs basically: domain security permission and business process security permission being empty, right? We don't have anything. So right now the security group has just a user attached to it, and that's it. There are no policies attached to it, hence you are seeing empty. Like, for the domain security policy and the business process security policy. And you know, right, what is domain security policy? So domain security policies are the policies which drives domain securable item, and process security policies are the ones which drives the access for the business process. Like, in Workday we have so many different business processes which are like a workflow, like hire, termination, and all of that. So that is being driven from here. So we will actually add this thing and see how it actually, like, how you can add it. But this was an empty placeholder which I wanted to first show you. Now before we actually add stuff over here, right, like how we want to see it, I will open another couple of windows. So in one window, I'm going to open our report. Yeah, so, and before that, one more task coming is like, which is functional areas. So there is a report which gives you a list of all the functional areas which are available in this tenant. Now, what are functional areas? So functional areas are basically a kind of, I won't say it is like a module or a section, but how the Workday has segregated the information or the data in the system is something being defined by the functional area. So you have academic, right? You have, so if you, let's say if you just, and it's a very important report. So let's say if you're just trying to filter it out with payroll, right? So you can see so many categories. So in Workday, Canada payroll, France, UK, and US payroll can actually run like the actual competition, payroll computation for their respective countries' employees can happen within the Workday. Hence, you are seeing their Canada payroll also coming up over here. And then there is a core payroll, like, these are like kind of a functional area. And when you actually try to filter it with any of the functional area, what it actually gives this table, basically this information, right? So it is giving you a description of this functional area. And then if you see, there are two columns: includes domain, includes business process. So whatever you see over here, these are the set of domains which are associated with functional area, and in this case it's core payroll. And these are the business process which are associated again with the functional area. So these are domains. So don't get confused that are these domain policy or are these items. So I just mentioned that these are the domain. Now if we open a domain, right, so let's say a simple is domain. So these domain in terms helps us, these are like kind of a, which helps us derive the access. So now if you go back to over here, like, where I gave the access, I created a security group, and now it is asking me to attach the policies which I want which I want this security group to have it. And obviously, if these policies, whatever I added, gets belong to this security group, in turn, it will attach it to the users who are attached to the security group, right? So how do we add it? So we go over here and we get four options: get and put, get only, view modify, and view only. So these are now like, related to your access of each of your domains, like, as we said. So get and put, get only will help you to extract the data, like a read data from any of our domain securable item, whether it's a data source, whether it's a report, whether it's a task, right? But when it comes to, like, view and modify, right, that will help you in terms of integration, because in integrations you would need access to load the data into the Workday or register the data, modify the data into the Workday ecosystem. So you would be using, and obviously in terms of API calls, right? API, when you are actually calling Workday API or from external system, you are using API, Workday API to extract the information. All that time, you have to make sure that you are giving the right level of access. So you pick up a access, like, type of access which you want to provide, and then you give the policy over here. So these policies, as I mentioned, are predefined by the Workday, right? So Workday predefines it. What, as a user, as a developer, we have to do is attach these policies to the right security group. So here what I'm trying to do is, I know that for my, let's say, payroll data, let's say I build an integration or a report where I need to provide a policy, and the policy name is off cycle, basically, right? This domain policy, I got to know that what all access or what all task it has access to. See, so over here, report and task, right? So there is a report or a task called run off cycle pay calculation. Now, if tomorrow in my real time world, I want someone to have access to this particular task or report, right? What I'm supposed to make sure, what I know is that he or she should have access to this particular domain policy, right? Now, to provide this access to this domain, I am adding this domain and attaching it to my security group. And what it will in turn do is, any number of users who are part of the security group will have the access to perform or to look up that particular task or report. Like, as in this case, this is the intended one, right? So what you do over here is, so I randomly added process of cycle, and right now the functional area is empty. So I'm going to click OK. And what Workday took automatically is, Workday interpreted that, hey, process of cycle is actually a part of core payroll area, right? We saw it, right? So if I just go back in that functional area table again, I will filter it out, payroll, core payroll, and under core payroll, I had randomly picked up process of cycle. Which one was that? Process of cycle, right? Over here. So when you choose that, this domain, Workday has automatically interpreted that this domain is actually part of which functional area? Core payroll. And hence it is listed over here. So now what I have done is, this security group is now attached to this policy, which is obviously associated with functional area, but this is more important, that it is now attached to this security policy. So I click OK, and it is not yet done. Remember, so we attach the policy to a security group, and then the important step is to activate the policy. So now again, one more task coming into your picture, activate. So the moment you type in activate, right, you will see multiple options. Activate all pending authentication policy, activate metadata schedule. But here we are trying to work on the security policy. So we have to activate pending security policy changes in the tenant. And what this task is doing, it is not running just for you. So let's say if Karuna has added few policies, and Ashwath has added few other policies. When you are trying to activate it, cumulatively everything will come up in a a single list. So it has to be very calculated, that when you are activating, making sure that all your developers know what has been activated. So normally this kind of access is not given to everyone, right? Again, I say, only the privileged developer or privileged users will have all these access. I'll click OK, and it will ask us whether we want to go ahead by showcasing a list of all the things. See, right now, when we activated process off cycle, right? Internally, Workday also interpret that what all things will come up as part of the security policy. So these are like internal. So this was a main, you can say root level. So if I open up over here, process of cycle, see, so process of cycle was a domain policy at a root level. And then if you see the subdomains policies, these are also coming up as a by default when these policies are getting activated, right? All of these. So when you click on confirm and click OK, and it gives me when it has was changed and the time the policy will be activated. Now, if we again go back to edit security group, right? Edit security group, and then again we provide our security, edit security group, going to my security group. Now, if you see over here, earlier this table used to be empty, right? So now what it is coming, now what all information it is giving. We are in the security group. We know that there is a user attached to it. And let's say if you want to attach multiple user, so all the users will get listed in the system. Whatever each and every a developer might have created a security group, everything will get listed over here, and you can actually select multiple one. So let's say just for we want to attach multiple, you can certainly do so, right? Multiple users as part of it. And how many users are over here, they will have access to this particular domain. So what we do, what we see over here is that we gave a permission to a get and put operation to a particular security policy, and it reflects the core payroll, what the functional area is, and we can certainly see it, the domain policy. Now you might ask, we saw that how to attach a policy, basically to perform these operation in this sequential manner. But how do you determine, so and hence I wanted to open our report to help you understand how you actually, as a new person, how do you determine it. So I'll go back to our same task, view custom report, and open my report. So as I mentioned that, each of these things, whether it's a data source, whether it's a primary business object, or whether it's a field, or any of these things, right, are objects in a way. And each of their security access is driven by a policies, like how we had mentioned that you have securable item on one side, you have security group on the other side, and policies are the decision maker over here. And these policies you cannot kind of change it. You can only attach them to your security group and play around it, but you cannot define your own policy or modify an existing policy, right? So how do we see it? So as I mentioned that, any field. Now if I open it, and this will now give you a better picture which I wanted to show you, because the moment you click on this table, right? So what I'm trying to do over here is, there is a field, I mean obviously Workday field called employee ID, and you can see that it's a Workday delivered field. It's a very common field, obviously, employee ID, right? So what we are trying to scan is, we are trying to scan the security of this field in the Workday system. So if you see, there are 7 policies, domain policies, which are associated with this employee ID. All these policies are listed over here, right? You will also getting which functional area it is part of it, right? So if I again go back to functional area and randomly pick any of them. So let's say personal data, right? So personal data is the functional area. So again, if I go over here, and the name of the functional area itself will make a lot of sense to you, that what kind of data or what area it is in terms of Workday, right? So if you see personal data, obviously it's a very for, and all of this obviously, since it is related to employee, so it's a part of HCM, obviously any employee's personal information. And if you see, there are so many domains, right? And each domain policy will also make sense to you. See, person data, birthplace, blood type, the government IDs, date of birth, disabilities, all of this and policies are obviously associated with the person data, right? Personal data. So now if I see which one, worker data, worker ID, right? So if I, let's say, copy this. So what I'm trying to do is I'm picking up a functional area, and then there is a security policies, right? So I'm just picking up this security policy and trying to filter it over here. Yeah, over here, right? So let me just filter it. Okay, so let me directly open it. Yeah. So over here, if you see, this kind of a analysis will help you understand if in case your field is not being accessible. Now, uh, how I'm trying to explain over here is like what scenario you would need to do all of it, right? Multiple scenarios. One, if you want to associate your report with a particular security user. So let's say if I go to the edit, and now comes the picture, right? So here what I'm trying to do is, let's say till now we were using do not share it with any of the user. Now tomorrow I have a plan to move this report into the production environment, but obviously I do not want this report to run uh, in the name or in the privileges of Abhinav over here, right? I want some user with whom this access or this report should run, right? So there are two options. One is share with all authorized user, which is a different story, which we'll talk about later. Like, who are those authorized user? And if in case we want to run this report with specific user. So now if I give my user, right? Okay, okay, got it. So since we haven't given enough privileges, so right now, why this user is not coming up over here, which we recently just now created, right? Which is a part of a security group, which we saw. It is not coming because the user does not have enough privileges to get attached to this report. Like there are no privileges to be have access to the report thing. So hence it is not coming up. But let's say if there are any other user which you have given the right set of domain policies, and you can then have those user listed over here and then attach it. And what it will do is the report, when you move into the production environment, it will run not in the privileges of as a person who had actually created this report, but as a person who was actually the whom you have attached as a user to that report. So this is from kind of a reporting standpoint, that how you can uh, dr drive your access basically at a report level. But obviously, as I said, each of these object, when you actually see each of these object, it's like it has reached its expiration date. So let me see if I can extend the date of the expiry. Somehow it's not letting me. Again, see, this is a access issue. So the kind of access right now I have it, ideally I should be able to edit this date so that this report definition does not get deleted. It is already, though this says that the report definition will be deleted on 20th April, but this did not got deleted, and somehow it is now started giving me error. So let me, so over here, any field in Workday, right? So you can go to the security, view security, and understand what it actually has the underlying security of it. Now sometimes let's say you might not know the name of the, that there are some security might be missing, but you don't remember the name of the field or name of the business object, right? For whom you want to see the security. Let's say there over here there are bank ID, bank name, right? You just remember something related to bank, but you don't remember like whose security you are looking for, like whether it's ID or name, or in this case like account name or account type, right? You're not sure whether which one to like. So there is one more task coming, view a similar task, view security for securable item. Now, you know, right? View, as the name suggests, view security for a securable item. And this securable item, again, can be anything as we discussed, right? It could be anything. So let's say if I just give randomly account, right? I don't know anything. If I know, obviously I'll give account type as the exact keyword. It's a free flow text, but right now I'm just trying to give as account and click OK and see now what it does. So I'm just going to collapse. And this is a kind of a list. So when you are searching it with a keyword called account, right? What it is doing is it is scanning all the types of securable item. So now you see, I had mentioned what are the various types of securable item. Securable item can be a task, can be a report, can be a field, report field, data source filter, workload option, service operation, which are nothing but the API. Now, if I expand it, right, see how many tasks are there which have a keyword called update account, like account as a keyword. So it is giving us all the respective thing. Now, if I open the report field, see there are 210 items coming up, right, which have the name as account. Now, if I search with account my value, account name or account type, I think I gave correctly. Business object itself is not coming up, and hence we are not able to see the field associated. So okay, so over here the intent to show you this particular task, right, view security for securable item, is to tell you that any keyword which you want to search it and see what all securable items are associated with it will be listed over here. So all the data sources having the keyword as account, and what you can certainly do is not only just obviously the listing down, because that is not that important. What is more important is like, if I have a field, let's say account number, right, over here account number, and then I want to see like a security associated with it. So let's say, or any other field like deduction recipient bank, anything. We in the last column we get the option to actually see the security of it, security policy or whatever is other. So I click on this and see this table, what it depicts it. So I am trying to scan for a securable item, and the type of a securable item in this case is a field, right? And the name of that field is deduction recipient bank account. It should be a Workday delivered field. Yeah, it's a Workday delivered field. And over here, Workday is giving a security landscape of it. And what it is giving is, it is giving us information. Hey, if you need access to this field, right, you have to have these three policies. These three policies are part of these many functional areas, like, and at present, which all security group have access to it, right? So Workday is also giving. So if you see, already these are the security group which are existing in this tenant, right, who have access to it, right? So now these are the security groups which are existing. So if I'm just opening one, and we also have to make sure that we give a meaningful name to these security group, right? So implementer is basically a default one. This is provided by the Workday itself. So as you can see, it's a Workday delivered security group. And implementer, as the name suggests, it's like developer or the ones who are implementing a solution in Workday, right? So what it is giving is, it is giving us a list of all the member. So in this tenant, dummy tenant, there are few users who are implementers. So they are the member, and these are the users, right? Remember, security groups are associated with users. So these are users, configurator, implementer, platform demo person. And then Here are the list of security domain policy which have been added over here. See the count, such a huge count, 1658. Because these folks are implementer, they need to have a lot of privileges in the system. Hence, you see so much of policies or so much of access to them, right? Being provided to them. Even the business process, everything they are associated with all the policies in the system. And since it's a workday delivered one, hence you can see all of the access given to them. So coming back to the same, like, when I was showing you security bot securable item, so this gives you a kind of a picture of policies, their functional areas, and at any point in time, what all security groups have access to this security policy. So we opened implementer, right? And we saw this policy, like this particular one, right? So if I just select copy it and try to, okay, this is not filterable, this column, but I can certainly download it. You can actually download it also, right? Because that gives you easier way of working. Provide filter. And what I was trying to filter is to show you is like, over here I see that implementer secure, there is a security group called implementer who has already access to the security policies. So when we actually went into implementer, just to make sure that we interpreted correctly, so we go to the domain security policy, search for it, and here we have that information. So which one was that? It was results, right? Bracket result. Yeah. So these are coming up. These are like all child ones also, listing it down over here. Any questions, guys? Because obviously I know there is a lot which you have grabbed today. Obviously, unless you see it again and do some stuff in the tenant, this will be very difficult for you to understand. But any question based on, like, how I try to explain in a very layman language? No, no, no. So let's say today you added 5 policy, you have to activate. Tomorrow you added 10 more policy, you have to activate again. So that is the beauty. So
Right.
you have to work on the security group, right? To provide the policy. Now you can just, let's say you added 100 policies to your security group, and then later point in time, you can add or subtract user whenever you want. And simple example I'll tell you, which will make 100% sense to you. When a person joins an organization, uh, and an organization which uses Workday, right? So he or she needs to have a Workday account. So your HR partner or your folks who are, like, the operations team will add the right security policies to their account in the Workday. But what happens when that person leaves, terminate? So that access, their user account will stay, but their policies and their permissions will be removed, and they will be removed from a certain security group, and they will be moved to a security group called, let's say, terminated employees. Does that use case make sense? Like, hey, there could be chances that a person can be part of multiple security group, and that is always a case. There are chances that you are part of multiple security group. So in that case, what happens is, like, when you actually log in into the tenant, it doesn't work on one individual security group level. Rather, it's whenever you are accessing any item, right? Any securable item, Workday in the background interprets your access related to that securable item and see what all policies you are part of from different security group, and then help you to see what all access you have. Yes. So you are here, we are talking about and versus or, right? So since you already are a part of a security group which has access to that report, you will have access to this report. And in this case, you will not assign user in such a manner, because what happens is, like, if when I showed you this report, right? You are, to a report, you don't attach a security group, you attach a user. So in real time scenario, basically what you are doing is, for each report you will create a separate user, and these users will not be attached to separate security group. They will be attached to a meaningful group. Like as in, let's say, if there is, if there are 10 reports which are related to payroll, right? 10 reports, and you want them that they should have, the user should have similar level of access. So instead of creating uh, 10 security groups, you may want to create a single security group, but you can attach, but you can have 10 security users basically, right? So that will drive your access. So in that case, what it will help is that a single group is there, but there are multiple user, and all the user will have similar level of access based on your the policies which you have added. Yeah, it will become like a laundry list of users and security group, because if there are multiple developers in an organization, it will become a haywire to manage all
Yes.
the users and security groups. And
Okay.
also, an important point to remember is when you are moving from one tenant to another, right? Because let's say you have given a platform, this is a development environment, right? Now you are moving to a sandbox and then you will move to production. This activity you cannot migrate with any of the Workday solution. This is a
Mm.
manual process only. So every time you want to move from one tenant to another, it is a manual. You have to create, you have to add policies user manually,
Got it.
right? So it has to be a meaningful way of categorizing and creating security group and their respective users in a proper manner. So these, so when we say about these objects, right, uh, as I mentioned that this particular task, view security for securable item, why it is important is like, because many a times we might not remember, what is the API name, what is the field name, what is the business object name. So a keyword can help you suggest over here. So if you see over here, as we had scanned it for just the account keyword, it also gave us an API set of list which is exposed, REST APIs exposed by the Workday, which has a keyword called account, right? So you may look up to their respective security from a single page holder, it's kind of a placeholder for all the tasks. And as I mentioned that this search bar, right, whatever you are seeing right now, whatever task or report we ran it right now, there are highly chances that when you go into your own tenant, as in your company's tenant or wherever you work in future, you might not see these tasks, or you might not have access to these tasks. Why? Because you are part of a security group, like you as a user are part of a security group which does not give you privileges to access these tasks, because these are kind of a configurational or a functional data, which nobody wants to you to touch it. And there is a report called view. There used to be a task called a security group, which actually used to help to give a kind of a laundry list of the entire view security group. Okay, so looks like in the latest release, because this tenant has the latest upgrade. So there used to be a laundry list of all the security group, a single page where you can actually kind of a modify few of those tasks, like how we had done it through the edit option to it. But that's doesn't seems to be coming up. And these tasks and all of these workday seems to be changing quite often. I mean, they don't change the fundamental options, because most of them are being extensively used, but as part of 2 times a year release which happens, workday tends to bring new capabilities or make some modification to these policies, and in fact improvise these policies, right? Because again, depending on the client's requirement or new stuff coming into the workday, these policies have to improvise hand to hand. Like if there is a new data set coming up in workday, a policy needs to be set it up so as to control the access of these data in the ecosystem, workday system, right? So these policies also keeps on refining and like how basically you want to access your data for various user, and provide the a kind of a thin or thick layer between your users who are there in the system, and help you to define the permission level for each user. And even all the application, like because the foundation level of data. So when we actually created that user and logged into it, we were not able to see any of that information, right? Which you can see right now when I'm logged in with a certain dummy user. So these application level access, the task access, the kind of data you can see, the kind of operation you can perform, whether it's a building a report, whether it's building a integration, or maybe navigating from section to section. Like when I'm navigating over here to my profile, right? And let's say if I am in under job section, I see 7 8 tabs over here, or probably around close to 10, right? Tabs listed over it. There are likely highly chances that for other users you might not see a complete list of it. There would again be a set of a UI field. So Workday gives you a flexibility that not only you can uh, drive your data in its access, but also the graph UI representation, like how your UI should look in from an employee standpoint. You can set up like what tabs or what actual foundation or a core configuration level of data you can set it for an from organization to organization. So basically a kind of a minimum level of customization. I won't say a very expensive one, but a kind of a bare minimum level of customization is something what Workday offers to its customers. So yeah, I mean, copy and access. See, a user when it defined, like when your operations team gives bare minimum access to a new hire employee, right, who joins the organization. So he would be initially part of few security group which have a predefined set of access. Let's say I as a user, obviously I should I should be able to see my all the information, right? But at the same time, when I search for some other person in this tenant, right? If I want to search someone else, I should not be able to see their compensation data, right? Because it's a sensitive information. Though in this tenant I am able to, because obviously the access is not 100% correct, it's a kind of a haphazard. But this is where your a new hire or a person is predefined added to few security groups, which gives him or her some sort of level of access. And then obviously depending on his role, right, whatever the role he or she is part of, access will be added, like more privileges will be added on the can be added on the ad hoc basis. When you get time, just go through this particular thing, because this is like kind of something which if it's there always in your back of your mind, the memory, these tasks, it will be helpful for you to navigate. Though probably security is not something you might be 100% would want to get into it, definitely, as a techie. But when you are stuck, right, when you are facing issues in getting the data in your output, report output, or in the integration, security comes into the picture, because that is where you start digging in and do the analysis. Hey, why this field is not returning? Am I not part of the right security group? Are the right policies not attached to it? In some organization, I have seen that there is a separate team who takes care of all these logistic issues, but still as a techie, these falls under well in bucket of a developer to triage or to troubleshoot such kind of issues.